Morning. I'm Ward 1 Councilmember Nadeau, the chair of the Committee on Public Works and Operations. Today is Wednesday, March 29th, 2023, and I'm calling to order this meeting of the committee to conduct a budget oversight hearing for the Department of Public Works and the Department of For-Hire Vehicles over the Zoom platform. The time is 9:08 a.m. Today, we're also wishing the best of luck and support to our colleagues in DC government who've been called to the Hill as House Republicans continue to try and deny the residents of the District of Columbia their right to self-govern. One of the things I know about those House Republicans is that they're never going to take the time to thank DC government workers like those at DPW who've literally picked up their trash when Republicans have shut down the government. That being said, the first agency on today's agenda is the Department of Public Works. In addition to picking up after the House of Representatives, DPW's mission is to provide critical municipal services that are both ecologically sound and cost-effective, including solid waste management, parking enforcement, fleet management, and snow removal. The mayor's proposed FY24 operating budget for DPW is $186,151,433 and includes 1,501 FTEs. This represents a 1.3% decrease in operating funds compared to the approved FY 2023 budget. The mayor has also proposed a $78 million capital plan for DPW over the fiscal years 2024 to 29, with about $27 million of that funding in FY 24. This represents a $29.6 million increase over the 6-year plan compared with the current approved capital budget. I'm most immediately concerned with the significant proposed cuts to staff at DPW, even if they're cuts to vacant positions. I'm sure the agency can argue that those reductions will not have any impact to services, but even if that's true, cutting the many FTEs stunts the growth in DPW's work that I and so many across the district want to be seeing. From solid waste management to parking enforcement, now's not the time to sit back and coast on what we've got. There are some items I plan to follow up on from our performance oversight hearing with DPW. I'd love it if this were the last time we had to discuss the ongoing case of missing litter cans, but I know my council colleagues and I are still not happy with the level of transparency on this issue, and I want to understand if there's a budgetary fix needed for this. I'm glad to see money in this proposed budget to continue the curbside composting pilot, which should be rolling out this year. I want to make sure the agency has a clear plan to ensure that program's success. Finally, with DPW, I hope that Director Spriggs and his team will work with me in rising to the occasion and use our parking enforcement resources to their fullest extent in addressing traffic safety. If we still have hundreds of vehicles with over 40 outstanding violations, there's obviously something that needs to change. I want to thank Acting Director Spriggs and his team for being here today and for continuing to introduce me and my staff to DPW and their operations. I really enjoyed getting to see their work close up and meeting all of the incredible staff at the agency. It's one of my goals with this committee to make sure that DPW employees know how much their work is valued by the council and all of our constituents. And I want to make sure that value is reflected in this proposed budget. The second agency on today's agenda is the Department of For-Hire Vehicles. DFHV oversees the taxi cab industry as well as other for-hire vehicles such as private ride-hailing companies and non-district limousine services. All of this year, they're also tasked with the authority to enforce food and parcel delivery services, at least under temporary legislation that's in effect. Since its inception, the department has expanded in mission to provide a number of transportation services on its own, including Neighborhood Connect and School Connect. DFVH is accompanied by the For-Hire Vehicle Advisory Council, made up of stakeholders from within and around the industry, as well as the Accessibility Advisory Council. Somewhat of a rarity in this budget year, DFHV's proposed FY24 budget sees an increase in operating spending by about $3 million, a 12.9% increase. That's encouraging news, though I am concerned about the agency's reliance on federal ARPA dollars and the impact that could have on the long-term fiscal sustainability of its various programs. I plan to explore this issue more with Interim Director Peters. I look forward to hearing from our public witnesses and government witnesses today on DPW and DFHV. We value your input and we're grateful for all that you do for district residents. I want to now provide some logistical announcements for today's hearing. This hearing is being live streamed at briannecanado.com/committee. In order to ensure we hear from all members of the public, I ask that all witnesses stick to their allotted time. Witnesses testifying on behalf of an organization will have 5 minutes to provide oral testimony, and all other witnesses will have 3 minutes. I'd also like to provide some detailed reminders about the Zoom platform and committee's protocols for the witnesses participating today. All witnesses participating in this webinar are currently listed as attendees in Zoom. This means your microphones are muted and your video cameras are turned off. When it's your turn to join a panel for testimony, I'll call your name and a member of my staff will invite you to join the panel. You'll need to accept the invitation. And when it is your turn to testify, you'll click on the button in the toolbar that looks like a video camera to turn on your video, unmute yourself with the microphone, and there will be a frame that includes a clock keeping your time. When your time is up, I kindly ask that you conclude your remarks so we can ensure that everyone has a chance to be heard. For any technical difficulties, you can send a message to Ariel Ardora or David Meny labeled as committee staff, and they will follow up. Additionally, if you're having trouble gaining access to the Zoom and you've pre-registered, you can reach my team 202-741-2111 or by emailing publicworks@dccouncil.gov, and they will try to resolve your issue. Now let's turn to our first panel of witnesses for the Department of Public Works. Chris Weiss, Executive Director of DC Environmental Network, Nathan B. Harrington, Executive Director of the Ward 8 Woods Conservancy, Wallace Short, Levi Thaddeus Gales, and Gordon Chafin. Go ahead, Chris. You may begin.
Are you ready? Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairperson Nadeau, DPW Director Spriggs, and council members and staff. My name is Chris Weiss, and I'm the Executive Director of the DC Environmental Network. I'm here to testify on the budget of the District Department of Public Works as it relates to waste and fleet management. And yes, we are appreciative and proud of the work and commitment DPW employees engage in every day. Since the DPW Performance Oversight hearing, we have had an environmental stakeholder meeting with Director Spriggs and Office of Waste Diversion staff. We have also had a constructive back and forth with DPW, sharing our thoughts on the job description regarding the manager position that is currently open at the DPW Office of Waste Diversion. We have been trying to share this amazing job opportunity to zero waste contacts we have in DC and all over the United States. For anyone listening today, being the manager of the Office of Waste Diversion is a chance to talk trash every day, help develop a circular economy that benefits everyone, and help save our city and planet from the pollution that hurts our rivers, creeks, and neighborhoods. A great way to make a difference in our nation's capital city. And we urge folks who may be listening to consider applying for the job before next week's April 4th deadline. My commercial is over. Regarding the budget, we usually collaborate with DPW and hold a budget briefing where we ask the agency focused questions about the funding of our policy priorities. This year, the timing was too tight, so we did not have a chance to sit down and get into the budget weeds. Monday, we met with this committee and had a quick conversation about the budget. It was helpful, but we are still trying to figure out what's possible. The latest revenue forecasts from the CFO are troubling, and we're seeing significant sweeps in other agencies of important ARPA and other funds critical to, for example, engaging the climate crisis. In a conversation I had with Director Spriggs, he shared that all the new Office of Waste Diversion staffing that DPW have been telling us about the last few months had been included in Mayor Bowser's proposed FY24 budget. That sounds good, as those staff will hopefully support some of our priorities, but for some of it, I'm wondering whether their functions within the office or what was envisioned when the Office of Waste Diversion was created. We will be looking into that more closely going forward. Some recommendations we shared at the performance hearing we hope will be supported in the budget, in the FY24 budget, with the ultimate goal of improving district citywide waste diversion. They are going forward with soon to be released Zero Waste DC plan, charting the path this year to end polluting and dangerous incineration of district waste and save money, with funding being carried over from FY23 for the curbside composting pilot, finally making better progress on curbside composting like Boston, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and New York City have, more quickly implement the elements of the Zero Waste Omnibus Amendment Act of 2020, integrate the concept of save as you throw, resident-focused incentives into district zero waste initiatives, plan less, act more, support more community engagement on the future of district trash transfer stations and other DPW infrastructure, move forward as promised with a design charrette focused on renovation of the Benning Road trash transfer station, do more to end illegal dumping and establish sanitation standards at district apartment complexes, do more to improve proper disposal of food wrappers to help keep them out of district waterways, work with advocates, DOE, and other stakeholders to move forward with a deposit return system that can greatly improve the district's recycling rate, demonstrate how DPW is going to achieve 100% zero emissions for its entire fleet by 2026, improve efforts to implement required and meaningful stormwater controls at DPW industrial facilities in the coming year, and like many cities, integrate principles focused on equity and justice as we move forward towards a zero waste future. Finally, I would like to thank Director Spriggs and his staff for promoting transparency and reaching out to advocate after the performance oversight hearings. It's been hard for us to be hopeful about making progress on zero waste issues, but with new leadership and hopefully a great pick to lead the Office of Waste Diversion, the next year could be one of the best DC has ever had at DPW. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We'll now turn to Gordon Chafin.
Good morning. Good morning. I apologize. I am in the middle of a dog walk. My comments today, thank you for holding this hearing, are in regards to DPW's placement of trash trucks along the Metropolitan Branch Trail during the Fort Totten transfer station renovations. Since the station was closed for renovation, we've had approximately as little as 5, as much as 25 trucks parked along John McCormack Drive that are there semi-permanently. It looks like they do either daily or weekly trash runs between stations. I've made many requests to DPW, 311 requests, and I understand this is a budget hearing, but I have a serious operational concerns about this. I don't remember hearing that this would be a permanent fixture during the project. To end my comments, I wanted to reaffirm what you said earlier about staffing levels regarding traffic safety. I saw Commissioner Santiago Lacatus on the list for today. He has some data, and I believe you have access to it, that shows that DPW regularly prioritizes, I would say, parking nuisance violations to our permit overruns, as opposed to omnipresent violations of traffic safety. And in addition to staffing and the operational concern I mentioned about the transfer station, I have serious operational concerns about what is being prioritized for the enforcement officers. It's clear that for Vision Zero, we need more enforcement, and that includes human enforcement. And then obviously, the environmental concerns of trucks next to one of our busiest bike walk trails. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gordon. And now we'll hear from Nathan Harrington. Make sure you unmute, Nathan.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you to the chair, and I just want to express my agreement with the sentiments voiced about appreciation for the work of DPW employees. They are tasked with so many different things that affect the everyday life of every resident, and people tend to not appreciate it until it goes wrong, and then they notice and they complain. And I know how that is. So thank you to all the DPW workers. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm the founder of Ward 8 Woods Conservancy. We work to improve the health, beauty, and public enjoyment of the more than 400 acres of forested parkland in Ward 8. And our biggest claim to fame is that over the last almost 5 years, we've removed 1.1 million pounds of trash. And that is our attempt to undo decades of accumulated littering and dumping, which has gone more or less unchecked for decades, and which unfortunately continues. And so we're trying to, through our advocacy, stop the flow of illegal dumping so that we can not have to do another 5 or 10 or 20 years of constant trash cleanup, but be able to focus on other aspects of ecological restoration and of helping residents engage with and enjoy our public lands. So based on my observations of a number of aspects of DPW operations, I want to highlight 2 things that I think we can do in this budget that could really make a difference with respect to illegal dumping. First, I think we need to fund additional staff for SWEEP, which is Solid Waste Education and Enforcement Division of DPW. I have learned from conversations with DPW and also observations of how things work that there's not really any proactive enforcement against illegal dumping, which is trash on public land, and then sanitation enforcement, which is accumulations of trash on private land. They rely on residents to submit 311 requests. And the problem with that is that some residents in some neighborhoods submit more requests than others. And so the squeaky wheel gets the grease. If you have busybody residents who know how to use the 311 system and they consistently submit requests, they and their neighborhood get service. If you have another building where nobody knows or has the time or inclination to do anything about it, then the problem festers, and that tends to reproduce inequality. So we think the solution for that is proactive enforcement, and in order to do that, SWEEP is going to need more resources. Last October, there was a hearing on proposed legislation called the Clean Act that would have sort of imposed new requirements on apartment managers for the amount of dumpster capacity that they would have and the frequency that they would be emptied. And the DPW director at the time testified to the fact that if that law were to pass, they would need additional education and enforcement staff in order to carry that out. So we hope that will pass, and we hope that they will have the resources that they need. When I say proactive, with a lot of these apartment complexes, they need to be actually, regardless of whether there's a complaint or not, they need to be going at least once a year, hopefully more, to make sure that they are in compliance and that they have sanitary conditions on the property and that their trash is not spreading onto adjoining public land. So I think a relatively modest investment, just a handful of new positions, could pay big dividends in terms of cleaning up those conditions. And the longer they fester, the harder and more expensive it's going to be to eventually clean that up in the future. And the second point I wanted to make has to do with giving DPW the resources to deal with discarded tires. Tires are one of the most commonly items that we find illegally dumped. We've removed more than 8,000 of them from public land in the last 4 years, and we find more every day. They're illegally dumped because dealing with them properly is expensive and inconvenient. And when you do dump them illegally, the violators are rarely caught. And frankly, for Ward 8 woods, we have the same problem that residents are having, where we remove them from the woods, and then what are we supposed to do with them? We can hire a hauler who might dump them in the woods somewhere else. Our only option currently is to actually haul them to the recycler in Baltimore. It's bad for the environment to be transporting them so far, and we have to pay for that using money that is granted to us by DOE. So we can ask the director about what's going on with their tire disposal contract, but we know that it's expensive for DPW to deal with them. In the past, we were able to bring tires to the transfer stations, and they would be taken to the recycler at DPW expense. A few months ago, we were told we couldn't do that anymore. I believe that has to do with expiration of the contract that they had with the recycler and the cost of that contract being too high given the number of tires that we and others were bringing in. But we need to do something about that, or else People are going to keep dumping them illegally. The people who are generating these tires need to have the ability to dispose of them, and people like us who are trying to clean them up need to also have the ability to dispose of them. So it seems like they're probably going to need additional resources in order to maintain their contracts with the recyclers. And that will conclude my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We were taking notes, so we will add some questions from all three of you to our questions for the director, if they weren't already in there. Of course, we've been talking with all of you for a while, so you may have given us some hints in performance oversight about the things we should cover today. So thank you very much. Nathan, Gordon, Chris, really appreciate your testimony. We've got a lot to dig in on. Next panel includes Susan Shore, Chair of the Zero Waste Committee of the Sierra Club, Commissioner Jeff Ruckauer, ANC 2B02, Trupti J. Patel, Commissioner 2A03, Tamika Garner-Berry, Executive Vice President of AFGE Local 1975, Kathy Henderson, Commissioner 5D06. Susan, when you're ready, you may begin.
Good morning, everybody. Councilmember Nadeau, thank you for the opportunity to testify at today's hearing. My name is Susan Shore, and I'm the chair of the Sierra Club DC Chapter Zero Waste Committee. The Sierra Club DC Chapter has approximately 3,000 dues-paying members in the district and many thousands of supporters. Before speaking to the mayor's proposed fiscal year 24 budget and financial plan, like Chris, we wish to appreciate DPW's efforts to include specific waste diversion program experience and credentials in the job description for the Office of Waste Diversion Manager post, which closes on April 4th. We do urge DPW to conduct a robust national search for this critical post, which we're also supporting, and recruit a qualified waste diversion professional to serve as OWD manager. Moving to the budget, we note that waste diversion is not included as a DPW service in either the budget's division description or summary of services, and we urge that they be included. After all, we should expect waste diversion services to grow if we're serious about meeting the mayor's sustainable DC goal of 80% waste diversion from landfill or incineration by 2032. Greater adoption of waste diversion services also requires a rethink of DPW's service delivery, which will have important budgetary implications. Does this budget reflect that? Operationally, waste diversion translates into less solid waste removal and hauling to landfills and incinerators, and more sourced separation services and hauling for compost processing, glass recycling, and reuse. Ideally, many source separated materials would be hauled to our transfer stations, revamped as zero waste campuses. This raises questions such as who can we expect will perform these services, waste haulers or DPW waste haulers or private contractors, and who's going to be responsible within DPW for implementation, Office of Waste Diversion or Solid Waste Management. We welcome DPW's insights on these. Mr. Spriggs' written testimony to this hearing notes that the compost pilot will end in June 2024. This timeline, coupled with the lack of a more granular budget information, raises a number of additional questions that we hope this hearing will answer. Does the budget enable DPW to complete its one-year curbside compost pilot for 12,000 households? Since the pilot is projected to end in June 2024, but the budget runs through the end of September, what happens during those 3 months? Will the compost pickup continue, or will those 12,000 households have to revert to throwing out their food scraps and sending them to a landfill or incinerator starting on July 1st? We urge that these services be continued. What measures is DPW putting into place to ensure year-round composting and extending compost services through convenient drop-off sites? What is the fate of other priority measures included in the zero waste DC plan, such as banning single-use plastic grocery bags and adopting reusable foodware, both of which prevent waste from being generated? These measures would save the government the cost of cleaning up 40 to 50 million bags a year, along with countless plastic takeout containers, and then hauling them to a landfill or incinerator. Will DPW be able to implement the Zero Waste Omnibus Amendment Act of 2020? Will this proposed budget ensure equitable trash and recycling removal across the district? Does this budget offer residents in wards 5, 7, and 8 a fair shot at clean streets? Implementation of the Zero Waste DC plan should be a budget priority. Our written testimony provides more details and questions on these issues. We also support funding for electric charging stations, super fast charging infrastructure, and certified trained staff necessary for DPW to support its electric fleet adoption. We've identified several questions in our written testimony, such as whether the funded charging stations are sufficient to meet the district's climate requirements and which district agencies are slated to receive the charging stations. We also urge DPW to coordinate with DDOT on ticket enforcement and to allocate resources to impound the most egregious law violators who are largely responsible for deadly crashes. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Commissioner Rickower?
Good morning. Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau, for the hearing and the opportunity to testify. I'm going to focus on the issues of parking enforcement. Since my duties as a commissioner, I'm chair of the Mobility Committee for 2B, and Vision Zero concerns are part and parcel of my job description. I want to also thank all of the dedicated DPW workers who have kept the city clean during the pandemic and since. And hats off to you guys and gals. Parking enforcement is not just about writing tickets. If done properly, it's one of our frontline Vision Zero tools for dealing with violators of sidewalks, crosswalks, parking lane, and bike lanes. People being forced to cross the street in unexpected locations raises the risks of being injured or killed. It also poses risks to drivers hitting other cars because things are not where they're supposed to be. And we also know how people love to speed in the city, which is not a DPW issue. Major problems arise with DPW simply not having the resources to be present when they're needed. They frequently have a 2-hour minimum response time for a 311 call. Many times they just close out the 311 request with no response at all, or will sometimes actually claim that they were there moments after the ticket was entered and say, oh, well, there was no vehicle or there was no violation. And that's just not right. It's easy for us to blame the parking enforcement agents. I'm sure that most of them are actually doing the best they can, but there just aren't enough of them, and there is not enough of a plan from DPW leadership as to how to address these issues going forward. So what I would suggest today is that some of this budget funding be allocated to give DPW the resources and personnel that they need to make the parking enforcement program something that's not a joke or making us a laughing stock with all the nearly $750 million in outstanding tickets. They're not all DPW, but they're all part of the same problem, that we're not enforcing things. So I would suggest that parking enforcement be given 90 days to submit a detailed plan of needed human resources, technology resources, a time frame, and a budget to provide 7 days, 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily or midnight agent deployment in high traffic areas, plus 24-hour high priority vehicle location, immobilization, and removal teams for at least a 3-year priority catch-up period. Authorize and engage OCTO to develop within 6 months a 2 to 3 year pilot program that allows DPW to generate automated parking citations using visuals and location details from 311 reports, and that automatically places boot and tow requests for violations. Require parking enforcement agents to be out in force during rush hours and strictly enforce no parking travel and bike lanes with max fines and immediate vehicle tows. Require DPW to immediately report a suspicious expired temporary sovereign citizen or obscured tags to MPD for interdiction and impound. Authorize MPD to cite the driver of any impound fraudulently tagged vehicle on site without a report or complaint. Recognize that it is not an equity issue when people knowingly use fraudulent tags or rack up thousands of dollars of speeding and other moving violation tickets. Report moving violations to insurance companies, and for DC residents, use points to suspend or revoke the licenses. And then also, what was I going to say? I guess I'll just wrap it up with saying that the council should not be reluctant to explore out-of-the-box solutions to improve enforcement of the traffic laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate that. Commissioner Patel.
Good morning, Chairperson Nadeau. Thank you for holding this hearing so that we can enter our comments into the public record. My name is Tripti Patel. I'm a third-term ANC commissioner that represents 2A03, which is the historic Vaggie Bottom. And, you know, I think the running theme you will hear in this hearing is, you know, enforcement, the lack of it. And that's why I'm talking around it. I know this is going to mainly sound more like a performance oversight hearing versus a budget oversight hearing. But I think the reason why we're all talking about enforcement is this first thing the agency is going to say is, well, if you want enforcement, you got to give me the money so that I have the staff, the manpower to do that. So on behalf of a lot of my colleagues, please make sure that there is adequate funding so that DPW can operate effectively and efficiently for our DC residents. The issues that my SMD mainly suffers from happens to be sanitation enforcement, rodent enforcement, or, you know, well, rodent issues. So my SMD has one of the few residential alleys left in the city. It's known as Snopes Court. And the frustration with the Snopes Court's residents are that they are DC taxpayers, but they get none of the benefits of the services being DC taxpayers because they're classified as a residential alley. They get none of the perks of what public alleys get, which is consistent cleaning, consistent funding, outreach, to maintain that area. With Snow's Court, because it is classified as residential, a lot of the burden falls on the residents to keep it clean. I know I've lived in this neighborhood for 20 years, and for as long as any of the residents can remember, they finally were able to get a street sweeper back there. And it made a world of difference. They said they can't remember the last time that their neighborhood was that clean. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is, you know, especially with us still coming out of COVID, if anything, public health shouldn't be a policy and a priority we're viewing as putting on a chopping block. It should actually be viewed with a lens of this is a top level priority. And this is not only for my health, your health, but the health of the entire city. You know, you hear, I mean, we're a population of 700,000, we've grown, but at the same time, like, I think DC is literally going through growing pains because more like worse than ever, we are having a rodent problem. I constantly hear from neighbors, not only in my SMD, but just citywide, that there's a lack of consistency in making sure that trash is picked up. Like there are enough trash cans, especially, you know, with our unhoused neighbors. You know, they're not trying to be disrespectful and just throw the garbage anywhere. They are using like the public trash cans available, but when they're sitting there getting full within 2-3 days, when a pickup happens a week later, you know, no neighbor wants to smell like overflowing trash coming out of a public trash can. So like that's number one. Number two, the rodent problem. You know, I'm hearing more and more from residents that their trash cans are getting chewed through viciously. They can get a can and within a few months, that's it, their holes chewed through it. And so it's this level of frustration. Then many residents don't even know the process of getting a new trash can. So like that's number one. So a lot of it is, you know, we talk about like agencies are only as effective as their outreach programs. So there are things that I don't even know, like, hey, I can get my trash can replaced if it's been chewed through. But now, like, they're running into issues. Well, you've been requesting too many trash cans. Like, how come they keep getting chewed through? There's also the issue of, residents feeling ignored when they're amplifying like multi-unit buildings, like the way their policies and procedures go about disposing of trash. So I can't believe I've already gone through 5 minutes. Obviously, we can go down this rabbit hole in its entirety. So, I just want to really, emphasize that, number one, this is not the fault or the issue of any one particular DPW employee. If anything, I think they are stretched way too thin. They are overwhelmed, understaffed. And I think, putting not prioritizing them as a vital part of this city is going to really do more harm than good. So that's all I have for you, Councilwoman.
That's all. Just kidding. Thank you. I appreciate it, Commissioner. And yes, Tamika Garner-Berry is next.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, I'm Tamika Garner-Berry, Executive Vice President for AFGE Local 1975, but I'm also speaking today as a parking enforcement officer. We heard your testimonies. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Keep going. You're doing it.
I'm speaking today on behalf of not only our parking enforcement officers, but our booters, our motor vehicle operators, also our lead lot attendants, and so forth, and our parking control specialists. We are in dire need of more money. Our officers are underpaid. We're the most pivotal group out here right now. We worked this entire pandemic. We were used as guinea pigs during the pandemic because we worked at the various COVID sites. We did the voting polls as well. In addition, we were out here throughout the entire pandemic, risking our lives and so forth, where we're mothers, wives, husbands, grandparents, and so forth. So we also have family members to go home to as well. Currently, right now, we realize there's a shortage of staff at MPD. We have our rapid response team, which is consistent of our parking officers. So we're doing duties outside of our position description. And we understood the assignment when we took this job, but we want to get paid for the work that we do. And we are the most underpaid group within our unit. We oversee 5 other agencies in addition to parking enforcement. Yet we're the most underpaid. Yet we're out here doing our due diligence day in and day out. Do we get those 311 requests? Yes, we do. But what people have to understand is while our people are going out to these neighborhoods, we're facing several safety issues. Whether people are right or are irate because we're parking officers trying to do our job, whether we're getting caught up in gunshots driving through the neighborhoods, or we have citizens when you show up at the neighborhoods and they're very irate and violent, whether they're kicking your car or rocks at the officers and so forth. So therefore, we feel that we should not only get paid more, but the respect should be there as well, and the safety as well. And we're not asking this just to give it to us. This is what we earn. This is what we're due. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, and it was great to be with you and the 6 a.m. shift last week. So thank you for coming out with us. Commissioner Henderson.
Good morning, Councilmember Nadeau. Can you hear me?
Yes, you sound great.
Yes, good morning. I just wanted to add, it seems like the testimony is similar to what I have, and I certainly associate myself with those concerns about the lack of funding. There must be a lack of funding for the agency that we need to take a look at because they're not providing DPW is not providing the consistent service that we expect. Just yesterday, one of my constituents in the 1400 block of Holbrook Street Northeast complained that her trash is missed intermittently at 1423 Holbrook Street Northeast. She's put in service request. She's called. She lives in a house. DPW is responsible for collecting trash from houses. DPW is also responsible for enforcement. The same issues that I addressed during Mr. Spriggs' confirmation hearing have been exacerbated. And my testimony is multiple pages long with new pictures. So the trash bins that were loaded up back when I testified initially, they were dumped and the overflow trash was dumped alongside it. So now I have pictures of empty dumpsters with bags and bags of trash next to it. So obviously Republic Trash Collection isn't doing a good job for their client, and there are no consequences. There must be consequences. And we cannot talk about the importance of stabilizing all communities with regularized trash collection. People who commit crimes, when they look for neighborhoods to operate in, they don't look for neighborhoods like Unicorn Lane. They don't look for tree-lined streets with flowers, that are pretty clean and pristine. No, they look for neighborhoods that have signs of neglect. And then they, like hyenas, they come in and they move in for the kill. So one trash collection issue can manifest itself into a horrible situation that victimizes the entire community for a center for lawlessness. And that dumpster issue that I referenced, that dumpster issue was open. The dumpster was open. Trash literally blew out all over Maryland Avenue, the 1800 block of Maryland Avenue, the 1800 blocks of L Street Northeast, the 1000 blocks of 18th Street. And it's really unacceptable. It's disheartening, and we have to address this. At no time should any DPW director, representative, or employee talk about, well, we can't really address those issues. We can't really clean the alleys because we have to move over to leaf collection season. No, we need resources. The agency needs the resources and the manpower to do both, and to do both those jobs equally well throughout the city. So I can't say this enough. Please remind us when the record closes so that I can get my multiple page testimony to your office to be part of the record. And it really doesn't, it really doesn't make me feel good to have to come to a budget hearing to talk about the horrible job or the lack of performance that is that's being done in the community. But we have this process, and obviously they don't have the money to do the job correctly. So we need to take a look at their budget and their FTEs and their seasonal hires and give them the resources to do the job well. I have persons that I can refer. I've heard other people, they have persons that refer that need jobs. We know that these jobs are not, they're not highly sought after, but there are people that want the jobs. And the people that want the jobs, that are willing to do the jobs and to do the jobs correctly, we need to identify them. We need to hire them. We need to reward them. And we need to get it done. We can't afford to have trash collection issues in any community, especially during this time, when law enforcement as a whole is under attack and people who commit crimes are looking for venues to do illegal things. So we need trash to be front and center, not just in my community, but throughout the city. And with that, I thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns, my heartfelt concerns on behalf of my constituents with you this morning.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. To answer your question, and also for everybody who testified today and has not yet provided written testimony, we will accept it until next Wednesday, April 5th. This is the last panel of public witnesses for both agencies. So before we move on, I just want to give folks an opportunity. If you're in the Zoom and you want to testify, if you can use the raise hand function, we will move you over. There are a couple people who were signed up, did not arrive. If you happen to be logged in with a different name, if you're one of those people, raise your hand, we'll move you over. But otherwise, I will assume that the 8 witnesses that we have had today and the 8 witnesses we will have. I want to thank this panel. Truly good range of topics. Susan, thank you for walking us down the waste diversion path here and thinking through the different pieces that we still need to be doing there. And commissioners, certainly your focus are ones that I hear in the ward all the time, right? That's the benefit of being a ward council member who has this assignment is I'm living it alongside you. And I am a DPW customer myself. So I have a lot of, experience as well with what works and what doesn't work. By the way, I don't think anybody, I missed it, I apologize. I don't think anybody talked about street sweeping today, but I have also continued my tradition. Oh, Trupty, did you do? Okay, sorry. I have followed my tradition for the past couple of weeks of following around the sweepers to see how they're doing, which hopefully is not alarming to them. But in any case, keeping tabs on that and really providing feedback to the agency. So thank you all for the work that you're doing on the ground and appreciate you. And Tamika, of course, looking forward to continuing working with you on that. I heard loud and clear from the workers when I was there in the parking enforcement division that they want their grade increase, which will come with increased wages for the work they do. So we have a bunch of questions to carry forward into the next part of this hearing. Thanks to all of you. I appreciate it. All right, it looks like we've got no additional witnesses, so I will thank this panel and we will move forward. Thank you all. So we'll now be joined by Timothy W. Spriggs, Acting Director of the Department of Public Works, Christine Davis, General Counsel at the Department of Public Works, Perry Fitzpatrick, Agency Fiscal Officer at DPW, Office of the Chief Financial Officer. And once everybody is here, I will ask you all to turn on your cameras, unmute yourselves, raise your right hand, and I will administer the oath. I will say that again in a moment. Hello, Ms. Davis. Director Spriggs, Barry, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Great. Okay. Good. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you are about to give to the Committee on Public Works and Operations is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great. Thank you. Director, you may begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson Nadeau, a member of the committee and the council and staff. I am Timothy W. Spriggs, Acting Director of the Department of Public Works. Christine Davis, our General Counsel, and Perry Fitzpatrick, our Agency Fiscal Officer, are with me today. I appreciate this opportunity to discuss Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 2024 fair shot budget for DPW. These critical investments are needed to continue to make the district a place people want to call home. The operating budget supports our daily services, while the capital budget funds long-term expenditures such as equipment and building-related needs. These funds will support our sustainability, our zero waste attainment, solid waste management, parking enforcement, and snow removal services. Our Fleet Management Administration acquires, fuels, and maintains thousands of district government vehicles from sedans to heavy equipment. The Bowser administration is leading the district in an electrification program to reduce our reliance on fossil fuel. The merit budget supports our vision to go back to basics and strengthen our core services. Mayor Bowser identifies guiding values to create her FY24 proposed budget. Here are two of those values that are important to how DPW operates: strengthening services focused on crime reduction and prosperity for residents through life-changing education and workforce opportunities, and getting back to basics by improving our core government services and the customer experience. We provide job opportunities for people who need a chance. As DPW employees, they can use our training programs to increase their skills and knowledge that can lead to promotion. Our proposed budget reflects resident support for public safety, the environment, and government services. We lead the district snow team efforts to clear our streets after a winter weather event. Our sanitation receives services includes trash, recycling, bulk collection. We reduce pollutants from entering our waterways by sweeping the streets. District government agencies rely on mechanic skills to keep their vehicles running. Our proposed budget funds scheduled and emergency services and the equipment and facilities that support those services. Mayor Bowser proposed an operation budget for DPW of $186 million with 1,501 FTEs and a capital budget of $27 million. When compared to FY23, the proposed budget reflects a 1.3% decrease in our operations budget and a 5.7% decrease in our FTEs. The 61.2% decrease in the capital budget reflects the end of full funding for the Benning Road Modernization project, which occurs in FY23. Our proposed budget also contains several enhancements that support our ability to protect public health and safety. Mayor Bowser proposed $3 million for the initial phase of the 8-year citywide supercam replacement program. We're also budgeted to receive $2.8 million to continue the 12-month residential curbside composting pilot begun this year and will be completed in June 2024. Our proposed budget includes $880,000 to fund contractual services to remove graffiti from bridges and $549,000 for routine emergency maintenance and repair. Mayor Bowser identified full funding for collective bargaining agreements as a significant investment. Our union employees are the backbone of DPW's labor force. They work every day throughout the pandemic and have earned these benefits. The $27 million capital budget, which help us achieve a significant element in Mayor Bowser's Sustained DC 2.0 vision, the electrification of the district's fleet. Several years ago, we began introducing electric vehicles to replace fossil fuel vehicles. Now the mayor wants to fund the infrastructure we need to support these vehicles. The estimated cost to set up an electrification shop is $700,000. First, we need to create a model that incorporates our customers' needs. Then we will develop a requirement for services capabilities. We need to support the acquisition, the maintenance, and repair operations of our electrical fleet. Other needs include turnkey solutions that work on multiple platforms, a super fast charging infrastructure that extends the time of our vehicles on the road. Funding for installing 36 new electric charging stations is $360,000. The station will be used by DC government vehicles. Funding for the fleet campus infrastructure upgrade is $2.3 million for design, demolition, remediation, and construction for a new parking lot and infrastructure on the fleet campus at 1827 West Virginia Avenue Northeast. This will include stormwater pollution prevention control measures, maximization of parking equipment storage capacity, and modernization security infrastructure. Funding for fleet equipment and shop tools is $550,000 and will cover items we need for our work. Funding for heavy-duty off-road vehicles is $16 million to acquire trash trucks, heavy plows, service trucks, loaders, and leaf suction equipment. Funding for light-duty vehicles is $445,000 to acquire sedans, minivans, small cargo vans, and pickups that support police share, parking enforcement, sweep, and solid waste supervisors and administrative vehicles. Funding for medium-duty vehicles is $3.7 million for tow trucks, sweepers, light plows, and utility trucks we use for towing, booting, and street sweeping, the snow program, mobile mechanics, and equipment transport. The cost for 6 new transfer station grapplers replacement is $460,000. Funding is $2.1 million for the truck wash installation at Fort Totten Transfer Station. Thank you, Chairperson Nadeau, for this opportunity to present Mayor Bowser's FY 2024 Fair Shop Budget proposal for DPW and for your continued support of our agency. I am prepared to answer your questions.
Thank you, Director. Truly appreciate your testimony. So let's just dive right in. First, this is the third budget cycle where council's gotten to work with our office on race equity. But since it's the first year I've had this committee and you're new as well, I'd like to ask some questions that will help me better understand any racial disparities that may exist in agency operations. In your proposed FY24 budget, are there specific programs or allocations that are specifically designed to address racial or economic inequities faced by district residents? If you could please describe those. Thank you. Oh, let me make sure your mic is on.
It was on me. DPW is committed to an organizational structure that elevates it and advance diversity, equity, and inclusion. DPW also believes that community engagement and interaction with residency across the city improves our awareness, improve our posture. To answer your question directly, DPW is a second chance as agency. We create opportunities for people who want to work in the public service and support their families and contribute to the community. We have given countless district residents a chance.
Great way of thinking about it and framing it. Thank you for that. In your proposed FY24 budget, which reductions may burden certain communities more than others? And if applicable, what strategies has your department taken to mitigate any potential adverse impacts?
The bottom line, we look at the district as a whole. We do not discriminate from one area, from one ward to a particular area. But we do recognize that with the increased population in certain areas, that perhaps street litter is more prevalent in some district areas. So therefore, we will have to apply additional resource by taking a look at our budget and taking a look at the amount of personnel which we currently have.
The agency's data is collected or disaggregated by race. Are there performance or operational data points that could be collected by race that aren't currently?
By race, well, I have some data on that here. We do not, as a rule, we do not collect data by race. But I do have the number of personnel. We do not collect data by race as a whole to divide up based on that. But for employment purpose, we do have some information, but not by section.
Okay. As part of the next budget season, how could community members, especially communities of color and low-income communities, be engaged or consulted to identify programming or service needs for your department?
I think that is a relationship between DPW and the community. And what I've begun recently as what was it, Monday, I was over in Ward 8 along with members of my team. One, because it was good to know that we were actually invited. I had my suite personnel, my parking personnel over there in Ward 8. And it was a dialogue and exchange of information. And then I also had an ask, and the ask of them was to help us out with the litter cans. When I looked at that, hey, you know who your neighbors are with the litter cans by putting their trash out there. What the analogy in which I gave them was that so often people come to go to work, and instead of dumping it in their trash can, they leave it by my litter cans. So what I asked them, hey, help me to educate them. And I also had to have my suite team involved to become more actively engaged. And as a rule, I have established quarterly meetings with the ANCs to ensure that one, they're hearing what we're saying, but more importantly, I'm hearing what they have to offer.
Thank you. And I see we've been joined by Councilmember Christina Henderson. We'll put 10 minutes on the clock so that she can do her round after this. Thank you, Director. And it's great to hear that, and love to hear more about what you hear when you're out and about and share notes as well. So, of course, no surprise, we heard from a lot of ANCs today who certainly have the on the ground experience to help with that as well. Okay, I noticed there is a 2.3% reduction in local funds being used to fund the agency and an increase of 14.2% in the special purpose revenue fund. Why is the agency increasing its reliance on special purpose revenue funds in lieu of local dollars, and where do the SPR funds come from?
Chairperson Nadeau, in creating the DPW budget, we look at all the resources available to DPW to prepare the budget, and with limited local funds, having a budget mark, we have to use special purpose revenue funds to offset some of our services. The special purpose revenue funds that we increased in 2024 are the disposal fund 6082, where we receive funding from at our transfer station. And that's where those funds come from, the transfer stations. And we utilize those funds to offset some of our hauling, disposal, and recycling costs.
What's the balance in the disposal funds normally?
We usually keep around a $2 million fund balance in that fund.
And this will bring it down to?
If I'm not mistaken, that fund was swept in 24. So it will be zeroed out in 24 after we utilize this fund balance in this budget.
In the past, what have you used it for? Is it sort of a contingency or?
It's a contingency, but we also use it for transfer station operations. We can utilize it for staffing and also non-personnel services such as hauling, disposal costs associated with trash and refuse in the district.
So will sweeping it into the operating budget impact any of those services?
We don't believe so. We believe that if we the fund balance that we utilize, we will start increasing the fund balance and replenishing it year after year as we move forward.
Thank you. I guess I can probably guess, but I won't. But I'm curious, what is the revenue source for the Clean City Fund?
The Clean City revenue source are the citations that our sweep inspectors write for residents and businesses for blight and litter and things of that nature.
How do we do on collecting those fines?
Councilmember Nadeau, OAH collects those funds. Sweep
That's right.
inspectors write the tickets. The residents can either pay them or they can adjudicate the matter. If they're held liable, residents pay OAH and the funds are transferred to us.
That's right.
I would note that at the last OAH committee meeting, OAH noted that our sweep inspectors are returning to pre-pandemic ticket levels. So we have been increasing our enforcement since we've returned back full duty from the pandemic.
And are you seeing that corresponding bump in the fund?
There's a delay in getting the funds, the adjudication timeframe delay, so we've not seen that bump yet.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to look at personnel services with you all for a few minutes. One thing that immediately caught my eye was the proposed reduction of 90 FTEs. The agency's budget chapter notes the decrease in 87 FTEs in the local funds budget will recognize personnel services savings across multiple divisions from a proposed reduction in vacant positions. Can you confirm that all the reductions in FTEs came from vacant positions?
Chairperson Nadeau, all of the vacancies cut or eliminated were vacant positions, correct?
What percentage of total vacant positions were cut? Or if you'd like to answer it a different way, how many vacant positions do you have left?
We had in February, we had 304 vacancies that we reported, I believe, at the oversight hearing. And the vacancies that were cut were about 20%. If you take 80 divided by 304, it's about 20.
Thank you for doing that math for me. I appreciate
No problem.
it. That's why we keep you around, right?
Thank you.
So why were these positions vacant? Were we having trouble filling them?
No, the recruitment timeline was posted connected to the existing CBA, which had a significant delay on the approach.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you very well, but I really do want to hear what you said because this is clutch. So you said no?
The recruitment timeline for posting was connected to the existing CBA agreement, which had a significant delay in our approach. But we have since worked out those issues because of our relationship with our union. They allowed us an acceptance policy to announce those jobs in a much more quicker proposal. The original thing was I think it was for 10 days, and I think we were able. With concessions from the union, we were only able to announce it for 5 days, which was a big plus for us and a win for the union, of course.
Got it. So it's not that you necessarily had trouble recruiting, but there was that administrative hurdle that was preventing you from getting the jobs open?
Yes, ma'am. It was the administrative hurdle, which we were able to overcome, which I think if we begin to maintain our relationship with the union, I think would be very helpful for both of us.
That's great. Except for now, here we are down 90 positions. So let me ask you, for the positions, when you post them, do you get a lot of interest? I mean, do you happen to know how many applicants per job posting you get, for example?
I
know it depends. I'm sure it depends on the job, but
I don't know the exact number, Chairperson Nadeau, but I will give you. But I will share with you. There's overwhelming interest in some of the jobs in which we do have available. And I think a lot of that is a tribute to we're beginning to make a turn in the way that we do business. One is being able to apply for the job. We're steadily improving on that. We're also trying to promote from internal. And I think that is being reflected. And I think that people are beginning to see that once they get in the door, that the opportunity does exist for upper mobility and projects and promotion as well as longevity for an occupation.
yeah, and that's actually a really good point. And it goes back to our conversation around equity, because you are providing second chance jobs. So of the 90 positions being cut, could we get a breakdown of which of those would be, new jobs, and how many of them would be sort of, up the ladder that people are growing into from within the agency?
Yep. Give me 1 moment.
We can provide that detail with.
Yeah, I mean, it's an ongoing conversation, but this is something that is. You have an agency that provides jobs to people in the District of Columbia who need jobs, in addition to providing a service that residents need. So I'm concerned, right? So I think we probably share the same concern here. So that's why I want to get into the detail with you a little more so we can think about next steps. So definitely let's talk more about that. So the 90 positions, that represents a 5.7% decrease in full-time equivalents. Do you anticipate that this reduction will have operational impacts on the agency?
I believe we will, man.
Definitely will.
We will.
Definitely will. Are any of these part-time, contingent, or term employees going to be out of a job next year as a result of staffing cuts to the agency?
No, ma'am.
And what were your vacancy savings in FY23? What will they be in FY24?
Our vacancy rate, Chairperson, so in FY23 was 6.5%. And in FY24, we used 8% during the budget.
Do you know what that tallies up to?
6.5% equated to $8.3 million, and the 8% equates to $10 million.
10 million. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. I'll be back with you. I'm going to turn to Councilmember Henderson. If you have an opening statement, certainly welcome to give that before your time starts.
No, I just like to get to the question. Okay with you. Awesome. Good morning, Director Spriggs, and to your team. I want to start, I guess, picking up a little bit where Councilmember Nadeau was around positions, in particular, the public space cleaning division. You know, I've had a lot of conversations when DPW was with the T&E committee around the complaints that we get from individuals of trash needing to be picked up, overflowing cans, whether it be, you know, within the public space, et cetera. And so in FY23, you all had the highest amount of funding you had, plus the highest number of FTEs. And then now in this proposed budget, there's a proposal to decrease the FTEs by 35. How is this not going to impact mission critical work in terms of the work that this division does?
What I first have to do, ma'am, I inherit a lot of that, but what I'm working on now is trying to reset the positions and get accountability. What I'm talking about with that, in order for me to get there, I had to realign the people in the right positions. And so therefore, then I would know what to ask for additional support. So we are still able to do our core services. However, I do realize that there are some deficiencies and that I need to put additional people on in order to complete our steadfast mission. I do know that I need to put more people on street cleaning. I do realize that, and I also know that I need to put additional personnel on collections. But in order for me to do that, I had to make sure that I had to line the right people in the right positions, because I do, as what I would call this is mission creep. We were budgeted. We have a certain amount of personnel to do a certain amount of jobs. So therefore, as we begin to do continuous increase, when I'm talking about increase, we have picked up encampments. That was an additional responsibility. We also support special events and things of this nature that are really not in my budget to do. So first, I had to streamline it.
I'm sorry, Director. You were provided funding in FY23 to do some of these additional things. And I think we probably should talk about the definition of what you're saying in terms of mission creep, because what you have described as the Department of Public Works are things Public Works S, right? Whether it's supporting the special events, and I know from the fees, it's not for free. People are having, or the organizations that are planning these events are paying for the service. But now you're saying the additional FTEs that you got in FY23, we didn't use because I need to do a reorg?
No, it's not the fact that I am doing a reorg at the same time, still continue the missions in which we're doing. What I'm also saying to you, Chairperson Henderson, is just that I had to, at the same time I'm continuing doing the missions, I have to level set my organization so that I know additional resources that I may need. When I talk about resources, I'm talking about personnel.
No, I understand. But what I'm saying, Director, you're slated to lose 35 FTEs in public space, 10 FTEs in sanitation collections and removal. You just said, yes, we need to do a better job on sanitation collection and removal. How do you do that when you don't have people?
What I'm doing now, man, is moving people around to take care of those core functions. That's what I have to do day to day in order to, one, is do our core functions, taking care of the street, trash collections, litter cans. So I am doing that, and I'm trying to be consistent in the services in which I provide.
Okay. I know these budget hearings are sort of the back and forth. Look, my goal here is to make sure that your agency has the resources necessary to be successful. I know in the past, your agency has struggled with sanitation collection on time, and consistent in certain parts of the city. So is your testimony that even with, what is this, 46 less FTEs in public space cleaning and in sanitation, you will still be able to meet your service level agreements?
What I'm saying to you is that the budget in which the mayor has provided to me, it's up to me to determine how I could best utilize that by taking advantage and looking at the people that I do have and looking at the resources that I do have. And based on my analysis, then if I need additional funding, then I will refer back my issues and concerns to the mayor.
And
But
then
right
get them from where? I mean, at that point, you asking for a reprogramming. I know this is difficult, but I'm just I'm trying to help you out. If you need more people, say you need more people. Because what's going to happen is these ANC commissioners, the civic associations, the council members are going to say, Director, you are not doing a good job because the trash hasn't been picked up for 2 weeks. And what you're going to then harken back to is, oh yeah, that time that I lost 46 people, you could have picked up the trash on time. But I digress. I'll move on. We'll just let it ride. Okay. Let's talk about the decrease in terms of the snow removal program. Obviously, climate change is a thing. We didn't get as much snow as we had. We didn't get as much snow this year as we have gotten in previous years. But this is one of those things where like, you just got to prepare. And if you don't need it, great. But if you need it and you don't have it, that's when havoc spikes. So what went into the decision-making here that you all felt comfortable lowering the amount for the equipment as well as for road treatment for snow removal?
Councilperson Henderson, we realigned funding within the snow budget of $500,000 from contract rentals to road treatment. We increased road treatment by $200,000. And we also increased contract plows by $300,000. Snow program took a reduction of, I believe, $163,000 totally, and that was to meet our budget mark. With limited resources, you know, we have a target that we have to hit, and we have to make hard decisions. And that was one of the spots that we took a cut of $163,000 out of an $8.2 million budget.
So, Mr. Fitzpatrick, what I'm hearing though, because what we have in the budget documents is a little bit different than what you said, but what it sounds as though you're just moving some things between lines.
Correct. We realigned funding from one line. 500K was realigned and 163,000 was reduced.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So let's talk about that a little. During the performance oversight hearing, I was asking some questions about the RFP as it pertains to self-release boots. You remember this, Mr. Fitzpatrick. Do you have the money in this budget to do that or no?
No, we don't.
Okay. So how much was it again? Remind me.
It was 850,000 to 2 million.
The solicitation is still not complete.
Understood, but and you guys know this, y'all know how I feel about this, right? Like we've gotten to this place in terms of enforcement where we rely on boot and tow. I'm trying to help out the boot and tow crew so they don't have to double back 6 times. If we get self-release boots, this helps everybody in terms of efficiencies, but also we get our money because you know why? In order to get that boot off your windshield, you might actually have to pay us.
True.
Did y'all ask for it? Okay. All right. I'm gonna take the silence as a you can't answer that question. All right, let me move on with my little 1 minute. Let's talk about Fort Totten facility project. I'm reading expanded scope. And so the project has not progressed as planned. What's the updated timeline now for this project?
Are you talking Fort Totten?
I'm sorry. I'm saying Fort Totten.
I do believe that Fort Totten is right online. Fort Totten, I think that we're still scheduled to. The work should be done by April. It should be ready to be open in May.
Okay, so perhaps then Benning Road, is that the one that's delayed?
Yes, ma'am. That
Okay.
I wouldn't say that Benny Road is being delayed at all. For Benny Road, um, I think that we're online with Benny Road. We have the vendor McKisson and McKisson. We also have identified the hazmat inspector monitor. That is so the only thing that we're waiting on is the abatement service solicitation is out on is on the street for actual bidding. It's been fully funded in 2020 for 2023. Construction is expected to be done by 2025 and 2026 now.
Okay. All right, I'm over my time. Councilmember Nadeau, I probably have just one more round. But we'll be back.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to ask a couple more questions and dip, or do you want to stick around and do a second full round?
If I
What do you got left?
I want to ask about composting.
You are more than welcome to ask about composting. You want to do that now?
Yes, please. Thank
Okay,
you.
go ahead.
Okay, so I was excited to see that the official start date for the composting, the curbside composting pilot program is to start on in June. Who's running this program? Are we running this in-house? Did we contract? Did we?
No, ma'am. There was this right here will be a contracted event managed by Office of Waste Diversion.
Okay, so waste diversion got some additional FTEs. Was that because of the composting? Was it because of the composting pilot program, or? Go ahead.
No, ma'am. Let me break down the actual job description. One is as our director for not our director, but our program manager. That job is out there in the street.
Okay.
We also have the job, and that posting will close on April the 4th. We've done a communication specialist position closed on February the 18th. The interview, and we're waiting on a selection to take place with the writing selection. And then the 6 positions that we often have talked about, I'm happy to report that will be posted tomorrow. Those 6 zero waste coordinators, one that will concentrate on not only enforcement as well, but also education. So we are making steady progress with that.
Okay, but in terms of the pilot piece, if you don't have a program manager hired yet, are you confident that we're going to roll this out in June?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We're quite confident of that.
Okay. And when will communications start to residents in terms of who can sign up for the program?
That will be soon, but there's also some literature that's already out there as well. We've hold on, I'll give you the exact specifics on that.
Okay. Sorry, and one other thing while you look for that, the other question I wanted to bring up / issue was around maintenance of the fleet. I don't know who wrote your capital budget chapter, but it was bleak in terms of the description around the fleet campus infrastructure being outdated, that we needed a plan, in terms of the acquisition, maintenance, repair of the electric fleet adoption, all of those different things. And that also you've had some issues in terms of recruiting and maintaining an active electric vehicle workforce, sort of on the maintenance side. But what I didn't see was the plan of action. So is it, we're going to launch a job training program, we're going to do an apprenticeship program, we're going to do, like, we are making this transition to electric vehicles for a reason. And so it's new technologies that we're going to have to get people accustomed to. So what are we doing within the agency around that transition so that we have a workforce that's prepared to maintain our new fleet?
You're absolutely correct. As we bring in more electrification, we have to have qualified personnel. So what we have done, we've looked at organizations such as the major manufacturers to actually come to our facility and train our personnel. One,
Right.
We're also looking at what is it? Job. I wouldn't call them Job Corps, but we're also looking at people that already has trained mechanics. But our goal is to hire and promote from internally. So we have personnel coming in to train our people, which is our primary thing. But we've also reached out to other organizations that actually an apprenticeship program for electrification. So those are the two directions that we're looking at. There's no need to have the equipment if we don't have qualified personnel to look at it. I know we're focusing on electrification, but we're also working on an ASE certification for our diesel and fuel vehicle as well. We're trying to increase those numbers too.
Okay, I'm well over my time. Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau, for the additional time.
Oh, what is time? We just turned off the clock.
Hey, Chairman Henderson, I stated to you earlier that the mailer went out this week about the compost pilot program. So that actually went out this week, just to make you aware that that was something that I questioned for.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Nadeau.
Absolutely, thank you. I will have more questions about some of the topics that Councilmember Henderson asked, but one that I am going to throw at you right now. Where in the budget would we find the resources that go toward encampment clearing support?
As far as the encampment piece, what we're actually doing with the encampment is right now is I'm having my staff to see we have to be creative based on the budget. So what I've asked my staff to begin to do is take a look at to see when are the 2 days that is best for us when it's not our heavy workload to present something to the encampment group that it comes with the Department of Behavioral Health, DHS, and everybody says, hey, look, these are our 2 best days in order for us to do that, to see if that's amenable to them, because that is the only way based on my current budget that I'm able to do that. We will take it out of high, but we have to narrow the focus when it's best for us for our DPW in order to take care of that additional requirement or basic requirement.
So you're saying you want to coordinate, I guess DMHHS is the one doing the overall coordination. So you're suggesting coordinating the days that your staff is available and limiting encampment clearance to the days your staff is available, which I would support, just asking, making sure I understand.
Yes, ma'am. That is the direction that I'm looking at going in to see. We will do our requirement, but at the same time, I got to figure out what is best for me and my staff in order to take care of that part of it.
Yeah, and one thing you might want to look at is in the past, it was sort of the practice that none of that clearing was done during hypothermia season. So at least you wouldn't be called upon all year round. It would be a shorter window. But I am very interested to know how much the agency is spending on participating and supporting the clearings, because I've never been able to get an answer anywhere else in government on that, which makes it very hard to fund it adequately. And whichever side of it you're on, I happen to not support the clearings, but fine. Your agency shouldn't be penalized by there not being a line item for it anywhere in government.
Chairperson, though, for the last 2 years, we budgeted approximately $100,000 for encampments. And I think the most that we've spent is like $68,000 for one fiscal year.
68 for the whole fiscal year, and that's correct. And that was several encampments.
Yes.
And where do you budget that from? What activity?
We didn't budget it anywhere. Those were things that we additional things that we had to find funding for. But in this budget, we have $100K budgeted in 6010, which is sanitation administration.
Mm-hmm.
and
I got you.
enforcement. Yes.
And what does that activity normally pay
Enforcement, things like sweep inspectors, things of that nature.
for? Okay. So it's the same budget for sweep inspectors, which we have more demand for,
Correct.
but not more funding for.
Correct.
Interesting. Just to draw a parallel, when in my old cluster, we had the street outreach teams being pulled into encampments without any additional funding, which meant people doing street outreach all over the District of Columbia couldn't do it in their regular service areas, instead getting pulled to these encampments. Seems like sort of a similar parallel to sweep inspectors who also have certain service areas they're supposed to be working in across the district. So I appreciate that. Am I getting that right? I want to make sure I'm putting words in anyone's mouth.
You're correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. We know that the agency has worked to convert part-time employees to full-time staff, for example, by converting leaf season employees to full-time through the Building Blocks program. Are there plans for converting more part-time employees to full-time employees?
To full-time employees? Are you talking about moving them from, we get them from Building Blocks, get them from leave, and then FTEs?
Yeah.
Absolutely. That is the pipeline into getting into Department of Public Works and being an FTE.
What programs currently house part-time employees?
They're housed in public space cleaning, in the LEAF program and in the mowing program. Those are our two areas where we have temporary staff.
And when they get converted to full-time, what work do they tend to do? Where do we see them go?
All throughout the agency.
I'm sorry?
All throughout the agency.
All throughout.
That's correct.
Now those positions you named are all part of waste management. Do we see them in FEMA as well?
Mainly we focus on waste management. And once they get into waste management, the opportunity to present some stuff, they have the opportunity to apply to go through their program for ticket writers and such.
One of the things that we talked about when I was with parking enforcement was the idea of cross-training and program that existed in the past. I guess that, you know, if you had a CDL, but it wasn't your job to be, commercial driver's license, but it wasn't your job necessarily to be driving, you weren't getting that on the job experience, but there were opportunities to sort of do some of that cross-training to move up to those positions. Is that something that still exists, could exist? We need more funding to make exist?
I would say that it can exist.
But there was a but there.
The actual but is first of all, we have to make sure that we have enough people to do what our core function is. When the opportunity to present itself, we would definitely consider the possibility of cross-training. The other thing, because we do a lot of our CDL, we have plenty of people that have CDL driver's license, and you're absolutely correct. They need the opportunity to maybe do something else. But right now, I'm just trying to steady the workforce and then to begin to look at cross-training opportunities for those personnel.
That makes sense. One other point that was raised when I was having this conversation was that in the past, workers who wanted that sort of experience could potentially go moonlight in a job where they got it, but now there's a lot more overtime demand, so they may not have that opportunity. Does that track with sort of what you're seeing with the workflow?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Back to the underlying question here about the part-time and full-time staff. Even further back, we're just talking about personnel services now. Have any employees been transferred between divisions, and if so, how many? in the budget?
Yes, we have 8 employees that have been transferred within divisions. You have 6 employees, solid waste monitors, that transferred from the Solid Waste Management Administration to the Office of Waste Diversion. You have 2 employees that were housed in the Fleet Management Administration, one going to communications and another going to the legal department or legal division. I'm sorry.
The transfer from waste management to office waste diversion, is that a change in focus for the agency, or is that just a change in interest by the employees?
No, it's not a change. It is the resources that is needed in order to make them a force multiplier for Office of Waste Diversion.
Thank you. Looking at CSG 11, your regular play full-time employees, it appears that you are cutting 19 FTEs. However, there's an increase in budgeting here of about $834,000 over FY23. Could you explain that?
Yes, Chairperson Nadeau. That is the result of approximately 9 positions that were not budgeted correctly in 2023 that were right-sided in 2024.
So will that result in pay increases?
No. It will result in them being correctly funded at the level that they should have been funded in 23.
Got it. So were you just having to pull from another line item to adequately fund those positions in the past, or?
Yes, we were using vacancy savings and things of that nature to adequately pay for those positions in 23.
Got it. Okay.
So you won't see that variance next year.
Makes sense. Then you don't have vacancy savings anymore to rely on in the same way. So you need to right size that. Okay, I got you. Okay, I want to talk about solid waste management for a bit. A significant portion of the cuts in personnel comes from the reduction of 60 FTEs in the solid waste management division. All activities in the division would receive FTE reductions, and in particular, activity 6020, public space cleaning, which we just talked about, would be subject to a decrease of 35 FTEs. Solid waste management is an area I think many in the city would argue cannot afford to lose personnel. Can you explain whether these reductions will have any operational impacts on the agency?
The area with the most vacancies will have the least amount of operational impact. This is what I'm looking at right now, is taking that into consideration.
Sorry, I'm going to ask you to say that again. I think there must be something in front of your microphone, so when you get a little closer to the computer, I can hear you a little better. But your words are important to me, so I want to hear them.
Your question was why are so many reductions being made in the public space cleaning, correct?
Oh, sorry. Actually, what I want to know is, do you think I will get to that, but can you tell me whether there's the reductions we're going to have any operational impacts on the agency?
Yes, it will. Let me get on. Can you hear me now? Or
yeah.
Yes, it will have an impact.
And to follow up then, why are there so many reductions being made in public space cleaning?
Because the area with the most vacancies would have the least operational impact.
So it will have an impact, but less than it would in somewhere else.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Do you expect to reduce or increase over time with this reduction?
There is the possibility, potential increase of overtime, potential.
$14 of the FTEs cut were from the signed sweeper program, which handles street sweeping. Will these cuts impact service?
Yes, it will. Via personnel, there will be some assigned routes that perhaps none that will not be totally eliminated, but some may be cut short. And some of the service assigned to the sweeper on a daily basis.
And just for clarity, all of these positions were vacant?
Yes, all the positions are vacant. And also there were 13 that were reduced, not 14.
13, not 14.
Correct.
Thank you for that correction. I appreciate it. Just to make sure we're clear on this division, why were these positions vacant?
The position was in the process of being posted, so posted for recruitment. So we just did not recruit them at all.
And how many vacant positions remain here?
2 FTE remain vacant.
2.
Yes.
How many LEAF program employees are being converted to full-time, and what was the take-up rate on the conversion?
We had a total of 21.
Great. What's the rate for that?
What happened?
21 is totally. We have 210%.
And thank you, Perry, for the math. I appreciate it. Okay. I noticed that there are 2 FTEs for graffiti removal. Can you explain what exactly the graffiti removal entails? And is it just government property, or does that include private property and through loan requests?
It does not. This includes graffiti and post. And what people don't realize, we also do poster removal as well from all public space. We did receive, yes. So that's what that entails. And then we're also up this year. We do not do second floor above and the bridges. However, we are getting additional funding. In 24, I think it's 800 something thousand, 880.
It's $880,000
for graffiti removal, and we plan to actually contract that out.
Oh, you're going to contract it out?
Yes.
Okay. What do you think that amount? How much contracting of graffiti removal will $880,000 get you?
I really do not know, because this is the first time that we've been put in this position before. But perhaps the next budget here, in order to know it's oversight, that's when I can give you the result that may be, because therefore we will have the data in order to support that.
Do you have an idea yet of how you're going to do that? Will it be one contract, or could it be smaller ones?
Currently, we do work with two vendors as well. So what we do, we put out a statement of work. We put out the solicitation to see what we get back. So we are working on that part of it now. I do not foresee that to be a prolonged period of time, and I think that FY24 will be able to start as early as it. We'll be able to start FY24 starting in October.
Great. I don't want to delay that. I'm wondering if, there's any thought being given to, would you want work-based teams, or how is demand driving where the services will go? And what do we know from 311 requests versus just having a team out there sort of looking out for the issues?
I think it's important to know that on last year, I think we had over 5,300 graffiti requests. So with this right here will be a force multiplier for us, but at the same time, we know the actual intent, the money is for, second story building as well as bridges. That is the intent of the additional funding.
Got it. So it's to sort of expand the capability not necessarily the service area.
That is
Um,
correct.
so you have 2 people citywide that do all the graffiti removal right now?
Say that, man.
You have 2 people right now that do all the graffiti removal citywide?
You
Or
mean
you have 2 FTEs
Yes,
and then contractors?
yes.
What do the FTEs do in the off season?
The graffiti removal team during their off season, they support leaf and snow removal.
Given the changing weather patterns, if we considered extending graffiti removal season, perhaps they could work opposite the snow team to find some balance.
What we will do is take a look at that, and we're also taking a look at not only graffiti, we're also taking a look at how we do snow historically. And subsequently, we've also reached out to the National Weather Service to give us an idea on what's happening with the weather forecast. I think we need to put that into the equation already. So, and we could do graffiti as long as the water don't freeze. I know people think there's a graffiti season, but as long as the water don't freeze, we can do graffiti work.
Great. Well, and just probably for workflow more than anything else, it doesn't reappear on the 311 app until April 1st. So that's sort of, I think, why people think of it as seasonal. Same with alley cleaning, et cetera. I have people who are sitting there like they have an alarm on their phone that they should check the 311 app on April 1st because they're going to be able to report things again. So anything we can do to expand that so it's not getting stuck in the queue and people, your team gets a whole bunch of stuff out the gate. Fun fact, when I was an ANC and had Meridian Hill Park in my jurisdiction, I learned how to remove graffiti with a group of neighbors. Like basically we created a Meridian Hill graffiti removal team and we learned how to use the chemicals safely and all of that. So I'm just saying, if you need help, put me to work. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, given the interest that there was back then, I know there are constituents who would want to help if there were ways to do it too. So always thinking about that, especially if you're bringing in a contractor that, does any aspect of community engagement. We can always get community helpers, same way we do with other aspects of neighborhood cleanups. So
you would also like to do parking with the LPR and graffiti?
Listen, there's a reason I wanted oversight over DPW. It's mostly because I think everything you do is very interesting, important, and cool. So
yeah,
I'm sorry, not sorry. All right. Believe it or not, I'm only on question 15, so we shall press on. All right, so here's a new topic, Murals DC. That's a cool program to have at DPW. And I know, speaking of, it kind of exists as a graffiti prevention tool. Can you talk about its success with regard to that?
Yeah, I think that we have tremendous amount of success with that. Right now we have 165 murals throughout the District of Columbia. We have funding of $100K in order to support the program. It is designed to help out with abatement and is just one source of helping out with the aerosol spray thing. So we do a great job with that. The other thing is this, that we've also been commissioned additional $200K in particular for Ward 8 initiatives. And we plan to, that is a big plus up for us. And we're looking for not only local artists, but international artists in order to support this initiative.
That's great. Very exciting. Please keep inviting me to all the things that Murals DC is doing. So I was very intrigued by a service I noticed in the data dump called Nighttime Prowl. Can you please explain this?
Nighttime who?
Nighttime Prowl. Mr. Fitzpatrick is sweating over this, so it must be good.
You're talking about Prowl in order to pick up the receptacle, in order to help us out in need to pick up the trash and let us get into that. Is that what you're saying?
I'm
Yes.
asking what the program is. Yeah, what is it? It's called Nighttime Prowl.
Oh, nighttime prowler. Ah, so you've been inside my house. Okay. So what they actually do is it's just a night shift that actually does some of the work and things that we missed on a day, pick up the trash cans, do collections, to help fill the gap with that. It does quite well for us. And then if there's any specialty, for instance, if Homeland Security Emergency Management call us for something, we actually support their requirements as well, not only HCMA, but MPD. So it's really the operational force for a nighttime operation in support of other city agencies.
That's so interesting. Okay. So what does HCMA call for? Is that like when they want you to secure cans downtown because they're afraid of people picking them up?
It could be not only it could be something as trash on 295. They get a complaint or something, or that right there mainly has to do with trash. They also might call us for accident cleanup as well. We've been known to actually support that, not only with the Proud crew, but also with FEMA as well. But the Proud crew is perhaps a very versatile crew for us.
Thank you. All right, so in your performance oversight hearing in February, I asked about the district's contract to process recycling, which ended in April 2022, but as of the time of the hearing had not been rebid. The agency performance oversight pre-hearing responses stated that DPW had extended the contract again while completing the evaluation for the new solicitation. At the time of the hearing, you weren't sure what the cause for the delay in completing the solicitation evaluation was. Can we get an update on that now?
Yes, you can. The recycle contract is under evaluation, number one, and we plan to submit it to City Council before the summer recess.
Okay. How much do the recycling contracts typically cost?
That right there is based on the market and the volume of tonnage in which we get in, and the services sought for the variables and determine the price. It's not just one particular thing, it's those three variables in which I indicate: tonnage and volume.
Do you know why the extensions on the original contract haven't been coming down to council for approval?
I do not have an answer for you this time, but I will get back to you.
And has the clean hands issue with the current contractor been resolved?
Not to my knowledge, man. I will get back to you on that as well.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to circle back to the conversation we started having during performance oversight about DPW's public litter can removal practices. Now that I say that, it may invoke Ward 4 and 5 council members, so just watch your screen to see if they magically appear. DPW's performance oversight post-hearing responses stated that only 10 litter cans were removed across the city in FY22 and that none have been removed in FY23. But I'm aware of more than 10 cans that were removed from Ward 1 alone in FY22. And I know my colleagues in Wards 4 and 5 have similar observations. Also know that my constituent services staff have repeatedly asked for many cans to be replaced. These removals are incredibly frustrating to residents who often reach out to our office with complaints about litter where public cans used to be. So what is the issue? Is it budgetary? Does DPW need funding for more litter cans?
I don't, there's also other cans out there besides DPW litter cans, and I want to be sure that they're ours, one. And then the other thing is that we have to look at the downtown bids as well. Are they, because I know that based on the legislation that I could not remove a can and we put a can in unless I get your approval, the ANC's approval within 30 days in order for me to remove and or to replace a can. So I do understand that. I just want to ensure that it is one of our cans, and I will follow up on that as well on your question. But
For sure. And I understand that you need to do your due diligence with your staff on that, but I can tell you that every single one that my office has sent over is a can that was previously serviced by DPW until its removal. And I'm pretty sure that, look, what did I say? I said if I started talking about litter cans, that the Ward 5 council member would appear. So, all right. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe we need to do a data bump between the different offices, because I've got my list. I know Parker's got his list. I know Lewis George has her list, and you all have yours, and they're not matching up. And I'm definitely concerned about the accuracy of the data and how we're tracking the removals.
I will take a critical look at the data, because what I hear you saying, there's probably an internal education and what DPW would have to do. So therefore, I own that part of it, and therefore I did take a deeper dive in that and get back to you as well.
Right. And I think there are, in these 3 wards in particular, a very limited number of bids. We have one, I think Ward 5 might have 1 bid. And I don't think 4 has any. So the one thing we've been thinking about is sort of adding the location of public litter cans to public documents, because one of the things that we did, like planning documents, right? Like the things that OP manages, because one of the things that we observe is sometimes with construction projects, a can may be removed with the intention to put it back and without any conversation with DPW. So I think we need to sort of do investigating on that. And I will say too, from our end, I know constituents are trying to track this stuff through 311. So hopefully there is a good data trail there, but in any case. So tell me about the new process that we saw pop up on 311. That's a result of the pending legislation.
You mean, are you making reference to litter cans? Or is that?
Yeah. So I saw on Twitter recently, there seems to be a new process through 311 to request a can, and the requester should first make their ANC aware of the request, is what it says when you are on there. Which seems like a step in the right direction, right? Better coordination. Yes. So how is that? What are the next steps when someone puts that request in 311?
Once they put their request into 311, then what we do is we make sure, one, do we have the Victor Stanley? Do we actually have the trash can in which we need? 2, then we need to coordinate with your office to ensure, with the ANC, to make sure that it is in compliance, that it's at the 2, either it's in front of a business or bus stop, and that it is needed in education to the ANC and to his or her constituents to ensure that we are in compliance with that. That will be a 30-day process, and then we go ahead and begin the installation. Once we get approval from the ANCs, then we could begin the installation of the cans.
Does the ANC you have to have a resolution from the full ANC, or is it just the sign off of the SMD commissioner?
We just have to have the sign off from the commission.
Okay. And you just said something interesting to me. Obviously, everything you're saying is interesting to me, but something you just said was make sure that it's in front of a business or a bus stop. Is that a requirement?
I cannot go in front of a residential home with a litter can.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere. We definitely have a number of those that are legacy cans. And I would guess that some of the ones that are removed may not meet that criteria. So let's drill down on that when we do our data
Yes,
pump.
ma'am.
My understanding had always been that it just needed to be on a current service route.
No, ma'am, that is not accurate. I cannot put it in front of a residential home due to either noise or the hours in which we actually collect the cans. So those are the two criteria that I am aware of.
Is there a distinction between single and multifamily residences?
And are you making a reference to enforcement, or are you talking about?
No, so you can't put one in front of a residential home because of
It's a
noise
single
and
family.
hours. Is
Yeah.
there a difference between a single family home and a multifamily home for that purpose?
I just think the thing reads residence. I will have to drill a little bit down further, ma'am, to give you what is the definition of residence.
Okay,
But
yeah, I'd love to see the guidance on it, whether that's in regs or that's policy or how you do it, because in densely populated residential areas, we definitely need the litter cans, and I think we have had them. So anyway, this definitely requires further discussion, so let's make
Yes,
time for
ma'am.
that. Okay. Nathan Harrington from Ward 8 Woods spoke to the need for additional sweep inspectors, which I know is something that I and other council members have asked for in the past. Of course, we just talked about this. It's not in the budget. Any room for additional hiring and expanding the work of sweep inspectors for FY24?
Based on the budget, the answer is no, but what I will take a look at is internally to see, based on the amount of manpower and resources that I do have, is there opportunity to expand or to reprogram the schedule in order for enforcement? So that's what I'm prepared to do based on the amount of funding which I currently have for the sweep inspector.
If you had more funding for sweep inspectors, you think you'd be able to utilize it?
More money could equal to more enforcement. But however, the budget I have is the budget I have. And I plan to see what I can do before I ask for additional funding if needed.
Understood. He also asked about the contract for tire disposal. Well, let me ask you, is there a contract for tire disposal, or is that done?
There is a contract for tire disposal with a limited amount of funds. When we talked about the Woods and Nathan, that comes with a different host of other questions and or requirements.
Insurance, liability, what are we talking about?
The difference between a hauler and he is not considered a hauler, so therefore he's not paying to actually dump in our facility on a regular basis. And then sometimes we also have to look at where he gets some of the property from. Some of the items from. Is it on federal property? So there's a lot more to say about that.
Right. Because the feds are not doing their own enforcement and cleanup.
Yeah, they're not done. Right. We have not established a working functional relationship with the feds as it pertains to that.
It'd be interesting to know how much we spend on disposing of waste that's been dumped on federal property and not maintained by the feds, because I don't know, maybe the Attorney General would be interested in that.
We don't have to.
Could be a project.
I can get you the data on that.
Okay, if you know it, if it's data we have, I'd love to know it. So, because Ward 8 Woods operates as a nonprofit, I think my staff's talked with yours about this a little bit. And so what you're saying is in order to utilize the facilities the way that they want to, they would have to be classified like a private hauler is.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you're a private hauler, though, you get charged for dumping that, for bringing the waste, right?
Yes, ma'am, you do.
So we are in kind of a weird place where we have a nonprofit entity that's doing important work and environmental cleanup and getting waste out of our public spaces, whether they're ours or feds. And if they weren't doing that, would it just sit there or would DPW be doing it?
I think that's a tightrope balance. And what I'm saying is we went through this a few months ago with the tires that were at underneath the bridge there. Everyone kept saying that it was on district property. In reality of it all, it was on federal property. So I think there's two things need to take place. One is we need to develop a much more working relationship with the federal government. One, and two is to begin to outline and begin to have meaningful conversations with the Wood, so he understand our position, clearly understand his. And then there might be an opportunity for us to make some adjustments, but he needs to make some as well. So I say that DPW is not closed-minded. However, right now he is not considered a hauler for the district.
Understood. I jumped right to AG, but an MOU might also be good if we're going to be responsible in the end for getting waste off of federal property. I know we've done that before I believe with snow removal and possibly with rat abatement in federal property that's in the district. So I don't know.
Did I hear you say MOU?
I did.
MOU with funding?
Right. Fee for service. I mean, let's be real. We're offering a service to the federal government here and nobody's being compensated for it. So I think it's a conversation. All right, I'm over my time. So thank you. There will be more from me. Don't worry. Councilmember Parker is here from the Great Ward 5. If you have an opening statement, you're welcome to offer that before your 10 minutes begin.
Thank you, Chairperson Nadeau. I'm going to bypass the opening statement and just jump into questions. Good to see you again, Acting Director Spriggs. I wanted to follow up, and I will start by saying I'm a little disappointed. I left your roundtable or the roundtable on your nomination feeling pretty inspired. I even mentioned to Chairperson Nadeau, wow, I've never heard such glowing remarks around a nominee before. And leaving that hearing, there were three things that we had discussed that you and your team would follow up on. One was a comprehensive list of all trash cans removed in the last 2 years. The other was a vision for how you and your agency, should you be confirmed, would ramp up booting and towing as a means of parking enforcement. And the other was a vision for how we were going to improve other basic services like leaf collection, which continues to be a problem year to year. You confirmed that you would have that in a week, and a week came and went and I didn't get it. My team reached out, and after reaching out, not only did I not get the vision statements, I only got a partial list of trash cans, and I'm counting here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A statement saying there's only been 10 trash cans removed citywide. On this list, I'm looking, there's only one listed here in June of 2022 that was said to have been removed in Ward 5. And I know factually that is not accurate. I trust that my colleagues have already gone through the trash can removal issue before I jumped on here. But again, I just want to underscore for me coming out of that hearing and really believing that you did have a vision and not seeing the follow through on things that you committed to is a concern. With all of that said, with the trash cans, it seemed also per a conversation I had with a colleague that there was discussion around agency capacity and the mission of the agency as it relates to your ability to monitor, clean, and remove trash cans. I want to look at the funding for FTEs that is proposed in this budget, in the mayor's 2024 budget. And if I'm looking at solid waste management, I'm seeing a proposed cut of 60 FTEs. Can you explain what impact that will have on DPW's ability to monitor and regularly clean litter cans throughout the city?
Sir, first of all, let me just say this, that failure to comply with you is I'm still committed with giving you the plan, and that I will have that completed to you. That is not indicative of my performance or the way in which I do business. For that, I own it.
I appreciate that.
I'm not making any excuses for that. So let me first say that right off the bat. Now, as far as the list in which you receive for the trash cans, I will definitely follow up on that. But I have shared my vision not only with my team, but also my senior leadership as well. And I will provide you not only the PowerPoint, but I will provide a narrative on where I'm going. So that I do, but to me, it's real. It's really, it goes in line with back to the basics. What they're actually saying, back to the basics. And what I'm talking about, sir, is getting accountability of my people, getting accountability of our core missions. So that's what I've begun. Since I've been here, I brought on additional 90 personnel in a very short period of time. I'm beginning to line up my source documents along with people in order to do the right job. Once I complete that task, then I could go back and ask for additional funding if I need additional funding and do that. If I need more additional equipment, I'll have the tooth and the bite underneath me in order to provide that information to you. So that is a broad brush of what it is, but it still not negate the fact that I did not give you what you asked for in a timely manner. And I stated previously, I own that. And if you could restate your question again, I wanted to make sure that I just want to make sure that you're talking about the public litter cans in the city or
yes, the public litter cans in the city. So I'm looking at the budget, the mayor's proposed 2024 budget, DPW's line items. There have been several cuts, but for your solid waste management, it seems like the mayor's proposing to cut 60 FTEs. And I'm asking you, what impact will that have on your ability to maintain public litter cans across the city? And while you look for that, I would.
Councilmember Parker.
Yes.
Budget reduced to 60 FTEs, but only 54 were eliminated. 6 of them moved from solid waste management administration to the Office of Waste Diversion, and the other 54 were eliminated.
Okay, so 54, that's still a pretty significant cut, I would imagine, at a time where ward council members are hearing daily, and I know this may not seem like a big deal, but neighbors are really concerned about the removal of litter cans, because what that then translates to is more litter on the ground and in parks and in streets. And so again, Director Spriggs, can you speak to the impact that a cut of 54 FTEs will have for solid waste management?
Sure, it will have an impact on the way we do business. So therefore, sir, it's up to me to establish priorities on how I plan to do that and get the right resources. That's number one. And number two is I want to make sure when we talked about the litter cans, that they're DPW litter cans, because we're not the only one with litter cans out there. So what I'm going to do, based on your comment here and based on previous comment, is to coordinate with the downtown biz to make sure that we're all on the same sheet of music. Because I understand that DPW is responsible for trash removal. And we understand that role and we take it seriously, but I want to make sure that perhaps this is an opportunity to work with the non-government sector to see how we could better improve the way in which we do business. So that is.
I appreciate that. As you know, I'm representing Ward 5, so I appreciate checking in with the downtown bid, but I can give you a very concrete example. The mayor did a walkthrough of parts of Trinidad and Ivy City. This was, I can get you the date, last year. And this was one of the things that neighbors in that community elevated as a top concern, because they would say the presence of trash and litter lends to greater violence and crimes in the area. And even despite raising those flags, the commissioner said the week after, more trash cans were removed and none of them were replaced. And so this is just an ongoing issue. I do want to just, in my last 2 minutes, so it sounds like you're going to provide some information. I was asking just to see if you had some sense of how you're going to pivot. But if you need to follow up in writing with that, that's fine. Similarly, for parking enforcement, there's a proposal to cut 30 FTEs in parking enforcement. Just this week, I saw there was a lot of confusion, discussion around DPW's ability to boot and tow cars with fake or missing tags. And so I'll ask that just for clarity, is DPW able to boot and or tow cars with missing or fake tags?
With fake tags and missing tags, yes, sir, we are.
You are. I will, yes.
Sir, did you say fake tags, or you said
fake tags or missing tags? Both are an issue.
With the fake tags, it has to be, what is it, one or more offense with the fake tag? 2 or more outstanding tickets for that in order for us to tow the boot. So that right there, we need to do. Are you talking about
even if it's a fake tag? So if someone writes on there and on the license plate, I write Chair Nadeau on the license plate, that is illegal. DPW cannot go out and tow. Not that Chair Nadeau would ever do that, but
now
DPW cannot go out and tow or boot that car until it has 2 or 3 tickets.
Sure. What I would like to do is get back to you, because I want to be able to answer your questions specifically.
Okay.
And let me tell you where I'm going with this, because we've been hearing a lot about fake tags lately, not only from the councilman, but also from the people have no problem taking pictures of fake tags. I just want to make sure that my website and everything else, but really fake tags is the MPD function. So therefore I will work with MPD before we respond back to you, so we can come with a collaborative response.
That would be helpful. And just to make super clear, and I know I'm over time, Chair Nadeau, I would like to know, and I'm sure many other council members would like to know, does DPW have the capability of booting and or towing a car that has fake or missing tags? And what are the steps to get action against those cars, as we get a lot of complaints from neighbors, and there seems to have been some confusion on the part of DPW, whether that's in your jurisdiction or not?
Sir, that right there is a short answer. I will have something to you today to make on that particular issue.
Thank you for that.
Yes, sir, I will.
Great. And Councilmember, I'll offer the same deal to you that I did Councilmember Henderson. If you have more questions, but not enough to warrant a second round, and you just want to knock them out, you're welcome to do that.
Right now?
I mean, don't go overboard, but if it's not another 20 minutes.
I will not. And it seems like there's going to be a lot of follow-up, but I did want to just come back to the parking enforcement. So those are the 2 areas of concern for me: parking enforcement and waste management. And again, in parking regulations enforcement, there have been a proposed 29 cuts in FTEs. Are you able to just speak at a high level what impact that will have in the agency's capacity? Director Spriggs.
So it would have an overall, can you hear me now?
Yes.
So it would have an overall impact on the way we do business. So what I have begun to do is to look at other opportunities to take a look at the way in which we're scheduling our personnel. For instance, I have the bulk of my booting team works during the main part of the duty day. Is there an opportunity to split them up so that I could have more booters in the evening to get more of a presence out there in the street? So I have to be creative in the way in which I do my staffing, and as what taking into consideration the funding in which I currently have. So I'm going to have to do a deeper dive into that to give you the answer. Does it have an impact? Absolutely, it does.
Absolutely. Sorry to interrupt. What I'm getting at, obviously, the budget is now before the council. If you are to tell me and us that this is going to significantly reduce our capacity to do X, Y, and Z, that may then mean we need to look for more money for the agency, since this is a top concern for a number of council members. Now, obviously, every agency wants more money. I'm trying to get an understanding both of your vision, which was the original questions I asked, of how you're going to ramp up parking enforcement, how you're going to ramp up the removal of trash and the maintenance of litter cans. But also now I'm asking, based on the mayor's proposed budget, your capacity to do these things and meet your vision, if that makes sense.
I understand.
Yeah,
I understand what you're asking me, sir. But before I request additional funding, I have begun to take a look at alternatives and ways to do it with the funds in which I currently have. So that right there may not be the answer you want to hear, but I have to make do with what I have, and therefore, based on the budget that I have, I'm going back to look at opportunities for me to probably do to extend some of the hours and extend some of our personnel and our actual work schedule to see ways in which I can enhance that. Number two, I'm also looking at ways in order to cut some of my overtime throughout my solid waste as well, by putting on instead of working towards tasks, working towards another thing. So there are things that we have to do. I think the word I heard earlier, out of the box thinking and be creative in the way in which we do money. So before I ask for additional funding, I need to ensure that I've done my own before I ask for additional resources and funding.
understood. A few other questions and then I'm going to wrap. Last we talked, you were in the process of looking for a director of the Office of Waste Diversion. Can you just give an update? And again, my apologies if this has already been asked and I missed it.
No, sir. What we've done with the Office of Waste Diversion, I think the day after my testimony, I got with the environmental group to put their issues and concerns out there, and we were able to do that. They're now part of, we took some of the things in which they have selected and recommend to that, and we put the job announcement back out there. So the job announcement is in the street, and we had the environmental group input. So that is in, the announcement is out there, and I think it'll be closed. I think it's later this month or the first part of April, to be sure, if I get you the exact date. But all that is done. It wasn't done by DPW. It wasn't done in collaboration with the environmental groups as well.
Nice. Thank you for that update. And then the last thing I will ask is just a follow-up. So I appreciate the commitment to get those vision statements. And I hope you understand, I'm not just asking you to do this as busy work. I truly do want to understand those two opportunities to lean in with the agency to improve practice on parking enforcement and waste management. You said you would follow through and provide that information. Can you give a sense of time? How much time would be needed to get the council that information? So last time you said a week and we didn't get it. So
well, I own that. So but I'm going to say a week again, and that is on me. It's my priority, and I'm going to make sure that you get it.
Okay.
And I would also like the opportunity to sit down and talk to you to see these issues in which you're talking about. That's on me as well. I need to schedule, do a terrain walk with you to see your issue.
I would love that. And in fact, I'll have my team reach out. The litter can and the littering issue is a serious concern across the ward and the city, but I would say especially in Trinidad, Ivy City, those parts of the ward. So I will follow up on that. But just to recap, in about a week or in a week, we will get a list of removed trash cans. Is that possible?
Yes, sir.
We would get a list of trash cans. Again, I got a list of, I think 10 here, but I know that's not an accurate accounting. We will also get a vision for how you, and I would say with the context of the mayor's proposed budget, will ramp up parking enforcement, and then a vision for how you're going to improve leaf collection and other basic services, including maintaining the litter cans across the city.
Sure, I will provide the my vision statement based on the current budget, and then the parking enforcement one and the litter can one. I am, to be spirit of being transparent with you, I get my staff to the end of this month to provide me the plan going into next leaf season. So I will request respectfully additional time in order to present.
Yeah, no, that is totally understandable as you all are going through that. And let me just end with this, a thought or concern, and I know you probably cannot. A concern that some neighbors have is that it has been decided that there's going to be fewer trash cans for whatever reason. Maybe there's maybe there is less money that the city wants to put towards that. And that is the reason why they are being removed at random across the city. Have you received a directive to remove trash cans around the city?
No, sir, I have not.
You have not received a directive?
Sir, as I stated earlier, one, it could be training and education internally, which I accept that one. And two, you know, as you see that we are making progress with the by putting that on 311, the process that we now have to go through the ANC. So we are making improvements. Are we there yet? No. But I'm going to focus on the things that I can control. And that right there is the education of my personnel.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Director, and thank you for the additional time, Chairperson Nadeau.
Absolutely. I know there's a lot of hearings going on today, so I expect to go somewhere else, you know, have more time to do it. All right. Director, let me just see. Lost some place here. I'm coming back. Okay. I see that there was a $3.4 million allocation in the mayor's budget to support residential super can replacements. I'm curious. It looks like that's all in local funds. So what is the purpose of the super can special purpose revenue fund?
Super can special purpose revenue fund is the fund that we use to sell cans to residents. So if a resident comes and they need to buy a can, they purchase a can from DPW. And that's how we replenish our inventory on an annual basis.
Got it. So the balance in the super can special purpose revenue fund goes towards sort of the current level of service replacement.
Correct. Yes.
And in order to buy new cans, you cannot dip into that fund.
We buy new cans on an annual basis for residents that want to purchase them. But the fund at best, I think, generates about $190,000 annually.
Got it.
And you're talking about 3.4 to replace cans for the entire district, or the first of an 8-year plan to replace cans for the district. We replaced cans probably 10 years ago for the district, and it came to the tune of about $12 million. We did it all in one fiscal year.
I see. So but this one's over 8.
Correct.
And that's simply because that's how long it takes to find the money to do all of them.
That would be a question the mayor would have to answer.
Yeah, okay. Ask Bowser. Okay, so the you said like no more than 190K annually in that fund. Is there any benefit to it being non-lapsing? Oh, Mr. Fitzpatrick, there you go.
Sorry, the benefit of being non-lapsing is that we continuously have those stream of income to purchase cans, which we had a backlog of on the last few years. And that's because we've had initiatives where if people's cans were damaged due to rats or things of that nature, they weren't charged for cans. So that's why I said this fund has been not operating optimally over the last few years.
So when we talk about super cans in the budget here, is that referring only to the 96-gallon cans?
No, that's pertaining to all trash cans, all cans.
Okay. That eliminates a series of follow-up questions, so good job. Here's another question. There was a backlog in fulfilling can requests due to supply chain for a little while. Are we confident that $3.4 million worth of cans can be fulfilled in this upcoming fiscal year?
We do plan to reach out and go purchase new toter cans, and we are prepared to do that with the funding that we currently have. I do not see a problem. Currently, right now, we have cans right now for replacement cans. I think the numbers, last time I checked a couple of days ago, we had like 100 and so cans in which we can actually replace cans currently.
Okay. So the 3.4 million is going to be able to replace all the different types of cans that are in circulation.
It can be, but it cannot replace all the district cans. We're going to have to develop a plan in order to execute the actual distribution of the cans. So we have to work through that part of it.
Have you figured out yet how many of each can type you will purchase? Size you will purchase in this upcoming fiscal year?
No, ma'am, but what we will do, we've already begun to take that into our equation. One, the size, how many in each ward, where they're at, how do we do it? Do we do it by trash route? Do we do it by ward? We have to look at all the data that's there and what is the best way in order to do that.
And without this infusion, what is the pace at which you can replace cans based on consumer requests?
I do not have the most current data on how many we do have, but I will tell you that people are calling in now, and we do take them on 311 requests. And I stated a few minutes ago, we do have roughly about 100 cans, and I think that we got some coming in within the next 2 weeks or so. Based on the normal distribution plan. So I think we got enough to take us up to the year, but I will find out what it is on the average per month.
And generally, when a household requests another can, they are paying for it, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have any programs that do free cans for people in need?
Not to my knowledge at this time. Not to my knowledge.
So let me just put it out there. If we're going to replace a bunch of cans, I know we don't currently use a need-based system. We just have everybody pay, but perhaps that's something that could be factored in as well.
Okay.
I always wonder, I know that some folks who don't put their trash out adequately are just people that don't care about the impact on the community. But I do always wonder when you have the sweep team out doing education, whether there are circumstances where a household can't afford the proper receptacles, and it's something we could have an impact on. So. Okay, let's move on to the Office of Waste Diversion. In general, I was happy to see the mayor's budget proposal would give the Office of Waste Diversion a big increase in both funding and FTEs for FY24. However, I want to be sure these boosts don't end up going to waste. In your conversation with Councilmember Henderson, you said that the 6 recycling outreach positions have been posted, and what will these positions be doing?
They will be there. Their whole purpose is to educate as well as to enforce. Outreach.
All right, and you mentioned 6 existing solid waste monitor worker positions being moved from SWMA to OWD. Has this occurred yet?
Yes, it has.
Okay. Will the Office of Waste Diversion be taking on any new initiatives with its increased funding and FTEs other than curbside composting pilot?
They are, as I stated earlier, they would take care of the education, direct education. We also got, They will take on additional responsibility as we prepare for our new Benny Road project as well. They're an intricate part of their taking into consideration there, one of our primary links into the environmental group and to seeing what other people, what outreach has been able to determine what would be the best plan for our new facility as well. So they will be our actual link for that. That does not stop me from meeting with them on a quarterly basis as well. And to find out what's going on, mainly educate, enforce, and that will be their primary focus.
Okay, thank you. Is there funding in the Office of Waste Diversion's budget to begin implementing the district zero waste plan once that's published this year? And is that still on track to be published this year?
Is it still on track? Yes, ma'am, it is. It is on its way downtown to get approval. Our general counsel have reviewed it. We have reviewed it internally. And I think that we are on schedule for that to actually occur in a timely manner.
And is there funding in the Office of Waste Diversion's budget to begin implementing it this year?
Oh, yes, ma'am, it is. Based on the funding that we have for waste diversion, that's why we only asked for part of the money this year let me get the exact numbers for the remaining 4 months of this year.
There's $2.8 million that we have in 24 for the composting pilot. And that's for the last 8 months of the 12-year plan. We're going to use approximately $1.4 million in 23, start the pilot, and we'll use the additional 2.8 to finalize the pilot in the next 8 months in fiscal year 24.
Great. All right, so I want to turn back to the composting program that Councilmember Henderson got us down that path. I was very happy to see the $2.8 million included in the proposed FY24 budget to allow the curbside composting pilot to extend into FY24. I'm concerned, however, that the Office of Waste Diversion still has a lot of vacancies and maybe too short-staffed to successfully roll this out by summer. I really want this to be a success. I know you do too. I want to make sure we have our bases covered here. So do you feel that you have sufficient resources budgeted for a successful rollout of the pilot?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
What is the project management plan for the pilot?
The project plan, give you these. The project plan for the rollout of the budget is one, is to make sure is we've already started that. We've already began, I think we got it in March to actually give out what was the awareness that we started. Hold on. We've already begun the education part of this with our residency with that. We will also have a contractor in place by the end of the month, and we will I'm trying to give you the right answer here.
I'm here for it. You take your time.
For the overall concept of the plan, the contractor will be responsible for contracting and provide DPW with the data which they have accumulated with the participation rate, pound, and tonnage that has been collected. The contractor will also be responsible for addressing all service requests that are received by participants as well as on the 311. OUC will also work with OWD will also work with OUC to develop a service request miscollection, which is something that will be new for us all. And it's also taken into consideration the lost and stolen bins, broken bins, and have the opportunity to actually opt out of the program. OWD will also be the point of contact to provide the contract with service requests seen on a daily basis, and the contract will provide OWD with weekly reports on how each service request was addressed so that OWD can collect all out of service requests in this system. That will be the role of the management team for OWD throughout this process, is mainly be the monitor for the contract who wins the contract.
Okay, and then who will do education and outreach to participants? I don't think that was in the RFP. Is that going to be done in-house at DPW?
Yes. OWD will provide a pre-launch education and outreach, which we've already begun to do, and they welcome faculty to the USP to mail out. The mail out went out earlier this week, which I'm happy to say about that. The contract would also provide direct mailing via OOPS tag that would clearly communicate the presence of existing contaminants as other legitimate grounds for rejecting food waste collection. The contractor will communicate these activities to OWD on a monthly basis, which will inform OWD's educational strategy. As part of the educational strategy, we plan to get an LMS, learning management system, that will actually, the system is devised so that it could teach the residents how to do different things with composting, and there's composting and recycling education. So that's also being purchased as we speak.
And how will you work with the hauler on that effort?
We will work with the hauler, once again, is collating all the data. And then we will do the analytical part of the data to see ways to improve the possibility of potentially extending the program. But currently, right now, the program is just funded for 1 year.
Now, I know there are several different aspects of this program, different contracts in play for the pilot. I want to understand, how did the Office of Waste Diversion determine what kind of equipment was needed, which I think is a separate contract from the hauling contract?
There was actually 3 components of this contract. One was the mailing. The first part was the actual mailing part of the contract, the distribution of that. That's already been in place and that's already begun. And then the actual second part of that was to look at other curbside programs that's already in existence. We had to benchmark other curbside programs that are currently out there. So we begun to do that. It was not done in the vacuum. We also reached out to some of the other environmental groups as well to see what has been some of the best practices.
The reason I ask is because I'm wondering if the choice for containers was something that was part of the discussion with those competing for the hauling contract and whether or not choice made to use the gallon, the sealable tubs is going to limit who can actually service the contract, as opposed to a can that can be, like ours, that can be lifted up by the truck and empty.
I do not know the particulars on that, Councilman Nadeau, but I will find out for you if that was even consideration.
Okay, and so just to give you a little bit more as you're following up on this, what I believe happened was there was a decision made to acquire a certain type of container that is time consuming to empty and could have an impact on the success of the routes and the operationalizing of this effort. And so I wonder if it's too late, if we now own those containers and there's no going back, regardless of who bids on the contract, and how they might have wanted to approach the removal. So I'm giving that to you for your follow-up. Yeah. Is there a plan for ensuring continuity of compost collection services once the pilot ends?
Right now, the pilot is just for 1 year, as you well know. We will have to take a deeper look in that to see where we are, to see what was. I do not have, right now, there is no concrete plan to actually do that past the 1 year pilot program.
Okay, understood. Oh, and as exciting as the curbside composting pilot is, I cannot forget to ask you about our already successful food waste drop-off program. Where is DPW in its efforts to expand the program, and will you be opening any new sites?
We will have 2 new sites open, but my goal is to have 2 by the end of this FY, but for sure, definitely 1 by September.
Any beyond that?
Right now, I'm just focusing on the 2, but prayerfully I could have 1 open by the end of September.
And does it cost the agency more to add more sites? I mean, is it something we'd have to budget for if we wanted to do more?
It does cost more, yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about the operations of that? I mean, when you build in costs, what kind of capacity do we need to expand?
One was just to make sure that we have the right space for it, the hauler, and everybody's there. So what we did with the hauler, we've also provided him for additional space out at RFK because we knew that we were on the verge of movies. So we've already taken care of that space. So the space where he needs to pick up has already been addressed and taken care of. So that was the biggest component, biggest fear, which we were trying to take care of.
Okay. You know what? I thought I was done asking you about waste bins, but I have one more just pop into my head. So you had mentioned the bids a couple times, and I suspect that's because they've been engaging with you on this particular issue. From my understanding, there used to be a periodic replacement of the can liners, but that hasn't happened for a while. Is there any funding in the budget to replace the can liners for the waste bins?
I do not know.
Okay.
I do not know. I will get back to you to go line by line. I do not know.
Okay, great. That'd be helpful, just so we know if there's a gap there. All right. One lonely question about snow removal. DPW's budget chapter states that it is shifting certain snow removal costs from recurring to one-time. Can you explain this change? And are you reducing funding for snow removal, or is this part of a broader shift?
Chairperson Nadeau, the funding shifts from recurring to one-time is due to the financial plan. When the budget is done in 1 year, there's like a 5-year financial plan that if it's recurring, they have to budget it in accounts for $8 million over a 5-year period. Shifting at one time reduces 30 to $40 million outlying years and just budgets it for 1 year, which allows them to meet some of their financial constraints.
So this is more about the current overall budget situation than any operation.
Revenue share, yes.
Okay, well, you know. it's probably
We're
not-
confident that if, every year the snow program will be funded.
Sure, and I know the director said he's gonna be talking to the National Weather Service about how much they think we need, so. All right. I'd like to move on to the Parking Enforcement Management Agency. I know a lot of parking, booting, and towing employees at DPW have been waiting for additional pay and grade increases for a very long time. Is that something that they can expect to see within this next year?
What they can expect to see is that I would take a critical look at it to guarantee that I will do funding, but I think that has to do a lot with the CBA as well in discussion with them.
Okay. I think I've been looped into some conversations about a desk audit related to that and the pay grades that the union is involved with. What is the status of the negotiation with the unions over that?
You're talking about parking or
Yeah,
you
parking. Let's talk
talking about those actual jobs that they brought to your attention, right? So what we did was an audit. The audit is being conducted by DCHR. The ones that the customer service one you went up there to see, is that correct? Is that the one? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is there sufficient funding in the financial plan to maintain operations at the new Bryant Street impound lot?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
That funding, would we see that in DGS's budget or yours?
You're talking about for the actual facility is DGS.
What drove the choice to lease that lot as opposed to acquiring it or using existing district land?
Man, to be honest with you, I would really defer to DGS on that. But when you got to look at we had to take a critical look at, I'm sure, space. Had to do how much is, what it is that we can actually afford currently. As you well know, there's only 190 spaces out there, and currently with the increased booters and toters, we have almost reached that capacity.
How much funding is in the capital maintenance of police buildings, lots of those facilities?
You're breaking up, sure.
Ma'am, can you?
Oh. How much funding is in the capital budget for maintenance of DPW's buildings, lots, and other facilities?
Did you ask how much is in the budget for maintenance of facilities? Currently, we had an enhancement of $549,000 in the DPW budget. That was one of the enhancements that we received in FY24.
When I was visiting 15th Street, you saw some issues there leaking. I understand is DGS's responsibility, but that DPW has to deal with in real time, whether DGS is prepared to do so or not. Is that sort of thing that's coming out of the budget?
Really breaking it.
Man, you're kind of broke up, but I think if you could hear me, that was the reason why we asked for that $500-something thousand enhancement, was because what is an emergency to us is not an emergency to DGS. So therefore, the enhancement will cover down on those gaps that we find to be critical to our operation safe environment for our personnel.
Can you hear me right now?
Chairperson Nadeau.
Can you hear us?
Can we take a 10-minute break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Test audio.
Sounded good, but keep going for a second.
Okay, testing audio, testing audio. Can you hear what I'm saying?
That's better, yeah.
Okay, so we'll stick with that, but I'll keep the phone ready.
Do we want to take the rest of the 10?
Yes, that was a request by the director.
Sure thing.
Guys, you're doing great. I bet you're almost done.
Oh, we hope.
Hopefully.
All right, so make sure cable knows we're back. That sound better for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. I logged out and logged back in. Amazing how often that'll fix something. Great, team, are we okay? Waiting for our feed, maybe. Okay, I don't need to worry that track C just has the slide. We would be out of time on track C. There we go. Okay. All right. I had asked, this is so when we were having trouble with audio, I had asked about the capital budget and the maintenance and the experience that I had visiting 15th Street and seeing that there had been some leaks in the brain of the center where the IT department was, which is a little concerning for you, I'm sure. So I believe what you had said was you're having to dip into your maintenance funds for things like that because you need to do them on your timeline and not wait until DPWGS is available to do them.
Yes. Yes.
And then do you get any reimbursement for that?
No.
No, ma'am, we do.
So you said $540,000 for
549.
549
Yes.
for all of your buildings, lots, and facilities?
Yes. Yes. Those are operating costs also, Chairperson Nadeau. Those are not capital.
Those are operating.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Do you have any capital funds for maintenance? Is it all operating?
It's all operators.
So those are like, that's what DGS thinks of as like stabilization funds. They're not. Okay. I have no idea. Amount relates to what it's supposed to be. A normal percentage of your operating for facilities. Oh, audio is that yet? All right, I'm gonna call in. This should take only a second.
Enter your participant ID followed by
Okay, how's that? Okay. I'll have to talk to Octo about this in our hearing next week. All right, so I am curious to know if you track, this is, by the way, I'm going back up to operations and stuff. So I'm curious to know if you track the downtime of tow truck operators as they're traveling back and forth from impound lots to where they're dispatched. Yeah, is that something we track?
No, ma'am, we do not.
Okay. Has the addition of the Bryant Street facility helped with shortening that time?
Oh, without a doubt. It really does.
So where were they having to go before?
All the way out to Blue Plains.
Oh.
Ma'am.
You're muted.
Why was I muted? Weird. All right.
Yeah, we hear you.
Is it possible? Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it possible to calculate how much money we're spending over the course of a year on the time in between individual vehicles being towed?
I don't know. It was something that I would take a look at. We'll take a look at that. I'll get back to you on that.
Okay. It'd be interesting to know. And just thinking about where the lots are located, what does it mean for how much time it takes to tow a vehicle in, say, Tenleytown versus one in Edgewood? Presumably in Edgewood, you're closer to Bryant, so it takes less time, yeah. So there's less downtime in between tows.
Was that a statement or a question? Or a question at homework for me?
Well, if you have the answer, it's a question for you now, and if you don't, then it's homework.
I'll take it as homework.
Okay. All right. So I have to ask about this fake vehicle tag that was posted to social media. It said, United States of America Republic on it. Your team got back to the person who posted and said, Parking Enforcement Management Division has been notified about this tag and is investigating the location of this vehicle to be cited for failure to display proper tags. and will be impounded, which is the right response. We've been told a number of times that DPW is unable to enforce fake or counterfeit tags, only those that are expired. But if you could impound this vehicle, then that seems not true. So can or can you?
It was, in that particular one, it was missing the tags, didn't have the right tags. Right, so therefore we could actually tell.
Ah, okay. So what's a similar scenario where you can't tell?
With the clarification of the fake tags, we had to clearly indicate that they are fake tags.
That one was sort of simpler was because it was so obviously it wasn't a dealer tag.
No, ma'am, it was blatantly obvious.
So with, say, a dealer tag, what are your options?
And first of all, we would hope that that MPD would get it before we do it, because they're more likely to do that. If we can clearly define that it is a fake tag, then we could give them a ticket for that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, please finish.
No, we could cite them for a missing tag because they do not have the right tag on their vehicle. And that's the way that we could give them a ticket for that.
Or expired.
You referenced MPD. When I was visiting Bryant Street and the team showed me the technology there, I remember them explaining there were two different databases. One where people had to be specifically trained because it was the law enforcement database, and one that was the one that DPW primarily uses.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, there is the one that LE uses, law enforcement uses, is called Wells. That takes a deeper dive, and the other one is ETMS system, which most of the operators have access to. The Wells require, I won't use the word clearance, but a background investigation in order to do. ETEMS is the other one. So
that's when I was thinking of maybe ETEMS. Because isn't there also, don't your staff have to then enter things into two different databases?
The primary one, man, will be ETEMS. And then if they get a hit on something, then they're able to utilize the Wells system to find out if there are additional resources may be needed. If there's, based on the tag, based on the vehicles, there's a warrant or something else. Sometimes they can step away from the vehicle and just let MPD knows what's going on with that. So it's a collaboration kind of tool.
So, I don't know, Ms. Davis, did you have something to add? Sorry, I couldn't tell.
I'm sorry, I was just sharing with the director, the lot management system is called DLMS. That's the additional system that we input information in.
DLMS, I got you. Okay, so just to understand the operational side of this a little bit. One way that the team identifies scofflaw vehicles is by doing their jobs. You showed me the license plate reader. They're out there. If they see a scofflaw, which is a vehicle that has outstanding tickets, then it pops up and they know. If they're a ticket writer, then they flag that for a boot or tow. But if they're a booter or tower, they can act on that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Another way is Twitter. So it seems like some of the ones that we are hearing about from the public may not be that straightforward. And what I really do want to walk through with you is, obviously, you use the phrase blatantly obvious. That's not a legal threshold. So how do we get the breakdown of what we can act on and what we can't act on, and then who else comes into play? Because the goal is to get these vehicles off the street. I know that's your goal. It's my goal. what's the role of MPD? What's the role of DDOT? How do you all work together to get these vehicles?
If it's a moving violation, the primary one right there would be MPD. If it's a parking violation, it's DPW. You know, that's how we see it. Parking scofflaw, that's how we see it as popular. And but we and DDOT kind of do the same thing. We both have the same authority and the same responsibility. But you asked about DPW. That right there is a delineation. We also, when people add up tickets, they add up red light tickets and moving violation tickets when they look at tickets, and they often look at DPW for those as well. And we know that's not it.
If one of your enforcement officers comes across a vehicle, can they tell if it has a moving violation?
No. With the, I'm trying to remember if it's in I'm trying to remember everything that a license plate reader gives you. The license plate read gives you a deeper dive into what is the what it could be a potential scofflaw that could be in effect, but only if it's 60 days or older.
Oh, okay. So if they have an automated traffic enforcement ticket from a moving violation and it's been in the system for more than 60 days, it becomes then it shows up in your system.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. And the vehicle is parked, then you do have the ability to boot or tow it.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Okay, that's very helpful. And then with the expired tags, the paper tags, what is our ability to determine their legality in the field?
For the actual expired tags, when we put that into the system, we can determine if it is expired. And then if there's other tickets associated with it, it still falls within the 60-day time frame, 2 tickets unpaid within a 60-day period, we can actually boot. And if it requires, we can actually tow.
Is that true for paper tags too?
Paper tags, no. With paper tags, it has to go with the date of the tag.
It has to go with the, I'm sorry?
With the date of the tag within the time constraints of the paper tag. For instance, it's the tag is good up until yesterday. If we hit it today, that is the date that it is an expired tag.
And then you can ticket based on the expiration date?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any ability to tell which of those are counterfeit?
We have not been trained to identify the counterfeit from real, other than the one that we brought up on the Twitter, which was blatantly obvious.
Right.
Yeah.
I know there's sort of like a book of driver's licenses that people reference, to know what the state licenses look like. Is there anything like that for dealer tags in different states and the way they issue those?
Ma'am, there may be, but I haven't been made aware of it, but I will find out for you.
Yeah, and do you think there's any benefit into having the workforce trained to identify the counterfeit tags?
For situation awareness, I would say yes. I would say the short answer to your question is yes.
Okay. Are you aware of any jurisdictions that have sort of figured out how to address this issue?
No, I do not. In fact, what I've asked our parking senior leadership to do is go up to Philadelphia, which is close, which has a great reputation for parking enforcement, as does DC, just to benchmark to see what they're doing, best ideas, best practices as well. And that was one of the things in which we're trying to do.
And when the booting and towing team is out doing their work, how do they decide where to go and what areas to cover? How do they prioritize the vehicles that they're servicing, let's say?
They have designated areas, depends on the time of day in which they're responsible for, which really works out well, because not only that, it also helps them in a safety environment, because they know, where to go, the time to go. And it also gives them a sense of comfort, and it also lets the neighborhood know that they're out there as well. So it is a predetermined script, unless, for instance, I think yesterday we had to do the last game of the Nats season. So there was another force that was set aside to go downtown to support the Nats. So those types of events too, that we give increased attention to. And I think the open games for the next day or two as well. So we also provide resources for that, not only with parking officials, but also towing.
So it sounds like the service areas are sort of driven by a sense of ensuring that most parts of the district are covered generally, that everyone's getting service, but also for particular events and needs. I know that would also include perhaps the nightlife task force where teams get pulled in. Is it possible, in theory, to have the boot and tow teams have maybe a strike force that is going after scofflaws that have moving violations, for example, and sort of looking at the DMV data to do that?
That right there is something that we will look into. But Chairman Nadeau, but what I tell you, what we have begun to look into is looking at the actual shifts of our booty personnel. What I'm looking at based on my budget constraints and based on the amount of personnel that I currently have and ones that I've been receiving is trying to create a late night evening shift to actually support the booty. In particular, on the Thursday night, Friday nights, if there's an opportunity, and I do believe that is a target for us to do more booty on those things. So, in talking to Raymond and Johnny, I can call them first name because I know that you know that we're looking at other ways to extend booty throughout the district.
Great. I appreciate that, and I'm sure you have some good data from the nightlife task forces on how having the teams out at those times has been effective. I know we regularly get updates about how many vehicles have been booted and impounded during that period of time, and it's impressive work. So thank you. How many hours per week are not covered by boot and tow shifts?
Let me just give you the breakdown as I know it and have it. The current tow truck deployment entails 2 shifts, Monday through Friday, 6 to 2:30 and 10:30 to 7 p.m. The booting crew is 6 to 2:30 with a booting release crew working till 7 p.m. And that's why when I made the comment earlier, man, that there's an opportunity to split up the boot crew. It's usually a 2-person crew, one to actually increase the booting capability of DPW, staying within the mayor's budget constraint.
Right, I got you. Okay. Now, how much of the towing crew's job would you say is taken up by relocation of vehicles from rush hour lanes?
I don't have the data pertinent to that.
Well, is that
but usually during rush hour, we try to actually relocate.
So is that their primary function though? Is the towing teams is to do the rush hour relocation?
That is it during the rush hour.
Okay.
So,
but otherwise we're out sort of looking for those tow requests.
But when you ask the question about booty, it's usually what the 49 hours a week.
that are not covered?
that are not covered.
Okay, thank you.
Good to have a map now. It's good to have a map.
So there was a question from Commissioner Rookower's testimony. Would you be able to provide us with what budget and resources would be needed for a 6 a.m. to midnight parking enforcement deployment 7 days a week in high traffic areas?
We could start developing that information based on the requirements that you stated.
Thank you. All right, let me go back. I jumped around here a little bit. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. In your performance oversight responses, you noted the launch of the parking capacity program, which had $845,000 allocated in FY22 and $552,000 in FY23. Could you talk more about what the program does and tell me if funding is continued in the FY24 budget?
That is the 311 rapid response that we got from the feds. It's ARPA funding, and that funding has been cut in FY24.
Oh. Okay. Sad theme of this year's budget. Due to the cuts to parking enforcement vacancies in the FY24, do the cuts to parking enforcement vacancies in the FY24 budget impact your ability to staff those functions up to their historical highs? It's my understanding that we're just getting out of the hiring hole of the pandemic.
Well, your question is, are we getting back to that?
Well, I'm asking if the cuts in this budget are going to impact parking enforcement efficacy.
It does, so therefore I have to readjust the creative. Just like I told you that we had taken a look at the amount of personnel, and I used the actual booty one as an example. I need to go through all of the jobs of this DPW booty, towing, ticketing, to see if there's ways to, one, maintain safety, and two, to see if there's the ability to do more with less.
Do you budget for overtime pay to parking enforcement officers, boot or tow teams?
Yes.
How much?
Give us a second.
Mr. Back put on his glasses, so it's going to be a second. While he's looking for that, are there any staff?
$485,000, Chairperson.
485? Okay.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. Absolutely. Does the proposed FY24 budget fund acquisition of new license plate readers?
Let me give you where we are with that.
Great.
We can deal with DDOT. We have to deal with DDOT.
That's to deal with DDOT, yeah.
Chairperson Nadeau, that money's not loaded in our budget. That money was given to DDOT in FY23, and we have not yet received funding for DDOT to purchase of license plate readers.
For 23.
Correct.
Okay. So I don't know if my question is even relevant. Is there FY24 funding proposed for new ones?
No, DDOT was 3.1 million.
It was 3.1 from DDOT in 23, and they were supposed to purchase a large quantity of license plate readers.
Interesting. We will ask Director Lott and Deputy Mayor Babers about that. You confirmed earlier there isn't funding for the self-release booths in this budget anymore. Were there already funds expended in 22 and 23 or funds available?
It was not, that's my knowledge.
We've never spent any funding for this initiative, nor had we even budgeted. We had found $200,000 in our budget last year, and the estimates came back in at $2 million, $850 to $2 million.
I see. So it's never been funded.
No, it hasn't.
You said it cost $2 million, or it did when you got the estimate?
It was $850,000 to $2 million was the price range.
That's a big range.
It is.
What determines which end it's in?
Well, considering we didn't have funding to pay either $850 or $2 million, kind of a moot point. But I guess whoever wanted to bid.
Okay. Is that a program in there by statute that was unfunded, or was that just a project?
I beg your pardon?
Was that a program that was put in place by a law but not funded, or was that just a project that somebody wanted that didn't get funded?
A project someone wanted that didn't get funded.
Got it. Okay. Does our budget here account for lost or damaged booths? Is the number of physical booths on hand sufficient for what staff are able to install?
We replace approximately $75,000 worth of booths on an annual basis. I don't know how much that equates to, but we have $75,000 in our budget to replace booths.
Got it. And when it's tapped out, it's tapped out.
Correct.
That's for this year and next year?
Correct.
I see a contract for parking control beat design analysis consultant budgeted in FY24 for $103,000. Can you talk more about what that's meant to achieve?
Do that again.
Could you tell me what the parking control beat design analysis consultant will do?
Okay, be just a second, please.
Chairman Nadeau, that has to do with reconfiguring the PEOs. And does it make sense to program in which their current routes and beats in which they're on currently? Based on that, and we'll be able to actually adjust and maybe realign the length of the routes and just a plethora of other things once the analysis has been completed.
Thank you. Are there any staff detailed to DPW from the Department of Transportation or vice versa?
No.
Okay. I heard from a number of parking enforcement staff that they struggle to get signs corrected or replaced that they catch in the course of their work. So, for example, street sweeping signs that have the wrong hours that may have changed over the years. How do your parking enforcement staff coordinate with the curbside management staff at DDOT on a day-to-day basis?
Let me take that in a piece. When we're into the street sweeping season. So prior to the street sweeping season starts, we actually go out to see if the signs are current and relevant, and then we coordinate back with their leadership to go to their leadership to take those things into consideration. When we find those, we encourage them to correct them, because if they do not correct, we cannot enforce. So therefore, it has to be a matter of being a hand in glove when we do those types of things. We also correct our own sweep signs, and the other way is we go through DDOT supervisors just to ensure that we are all on the same sheet of music. So when you say day to day, that's usually how it happens on the day-to-day service. When it comes to a special events, we go through the Mayor's Special Events Task Force to ensure that DDOT's at the table along with us. And we try to do a walkthrough to ensure 72 hours before we can actually enforce what they've actually put up.
So you were just saying, you're able to correct the signs as needed?
You said, ma'am?
Did you say that you're able to correct the signs on your?
No. Okay. I'm talking about street sweeping signs. Those are the ones in which we're accountable for, not the actual signs themselves. The content of that is ours. Okay, that's what we're responsible.
Got it, but DDOT still has to print them for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, I got that. Well, I mean, I know some of the ones in my ward have kind of a sticker over the time because it's changed, yes. And that's a quick fix than waiting for DDOT to print a new sign. So I got it. Incidentally, when I was following the sweeper around this week, so I saw, we've said this over, so I'm sure you guys are looking into it, but the sweeper was ahead of schedule yesterday. And so they were getting to blocks where cars hadn't been moved or ticketed and doing their route, which means, I mean, if the cars had moved of their own will in early, then that was fine. But there were plenty of cars that were illegally because it wasn't time yet. And so the sweeper had to go around them, which obviously is going to affect the efficacy of the vehicle. So I don't know how often that happens, but I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. So I'm flagging it for you. Because that's going to, and then probably what happened was the parking enforcement team came to do the ticketing after the fact for no reason because the street had already been swept. So one more thing for us to work on at the beginning of the season to get the kinks out. Okay. I swear to you, I'm almost. Gave an update on the Benning Road transfer station modernization. Talking to Councilmember Henderson earlier, so I won't ask about that again. But I noted that the mayor's proposed budget does not include any additional funding for the project. Do you anticipate needing any?
Ma'am, not at this time, but because we were funded.
We were funded in FY22 and FY23, and we received adequate funding for that project. Once we get into it, if there's a need for funding, we'll make a request to the mayor's office.
Okay. Well, I'm sure you'll be relieved to know these are all the questions that I have for you today.
No more? Oh.
So, I mean, do you want me, we crossed them out, Patrick. We can. Okay. Thank you. I really, truly appreciate your responsiveness. Thanks to the whole team for all that you're doing and for being here today and being so thorough. We appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a good week.
Thanks, you too. Okay. We will now be joined by Interim Director of the Department of For Hire Vehicles, Dory Peters. Give us a second to get that set up. Director, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give to the Committee on Public Works and Operations is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Great, thank you. You may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Nadeau and members of the committee. My name is Dory Peters, and I am the Interim Director for the Department of For-Hire Vehicles. I would like to take a moment to acknowledge the hard work of the DFHV staff and the resiliency of the for-hire industry. I would like to also thank the For-Hire Vehicles Advisory Council for sharing its valuable wisdom and the Accessible Advisory Committee for its partnership. I am pleased to provide testimony on Mayor Bowser's fiscal year 24 proposed budget, a fair shot, the district's 28th consecutive balanced budget. With this budget, Mayor Bowser is continuing to strategically invest in district's residents with the priorities of increasing access to affordable housing, creating a safer, stronger DC, expanding the reach of health and human services, accelerating achievements in education, ensuring access to job and economic opportunities, investing transportation and other environment, and improving infrastructure and community spaces. To provide some background about the agency, DFHV regulates the for-hire vehicles, including taxis and ride-sharing in the District of Columbia. Our mission is to protect the public interest by regulating the for-hire industry to allow the residents and visitors of the district to have safe, affordable, and accessible transportation options. DFHV receives funding through various sources, including local funds, intra-district funding for operating transportation programs, and a special purpose revenue fund for agency operations, which comprise of the following: 1% of gross receipts of private ride-sharing services such as Uber or Lyft, 25 cents per ride surcharge on DC taxi rides, and licensing fees from drivers and companies. With Mayor Bowser's support in fiscal year 22, DFHV was able to waive fees for taxi permits and offered 6 months of free taxi meter subscriptions to provide some economic relief for taxi drivers and as an incentive for them to renew their licenses and to return to service. Also in 2022, DFHV upgraded the electric vehicle chargers in Union Station to support the district's goal of electrification. DFHV also continue to invest in technology that improves operational efficiency and the driver and the customer experience. Our various platforms provide customer service options for our drivers, analyze and monitor traffic patterns, usage trends for enforcement activities, and assist with curbside management and operator compliance. These investments continue to help the agency work with the industry to ensure that the public interest is served. The DFHV takes pride in working with small businesses, and our goal is to keep the work continuing. We have provided more than 7.9 million in fiscal year 22 to small local businesses, and we will meet and exceed our small business enterprise goal of 6.4 million in fiscal year 23 as well. These partnerships strengthen many of the transportation programs that DFHV operates, such as the DC Neighborhood Connect, Vets Ride, My Rides, and one of our newest programs, DC School Connect. In fiscal year 23, DFHV dedicated more than $6.5 million in investment to operate our programs, which greatly increased transportation option and accessibility throughout the city, especially in communities in Ward 5, 7, and 8. Through partnerships with other district agencies, we continue to provide transportation options to people with special needs. Some of our program's investment include approximately $1.7 million to DC Neighborhood Connect through the American Rescue Plan Act funding. This funding provided operational support that increased the number of drivers and vehicles available, help the program expand and reduce the average wait times for our customers. Over $350,000 to generate new opportunities and improvements for our taxi drivers, including a $250,000 grant to expand e-hail opportunities throughout the district. This will improve the ability for customers to successfully hail taxi through an e-hail app. In addition, we have allocated $100,000 to replace and upgrade taxi roof lights to include advanced features and improve reliability. More than $935,000 in funding for various programs, My Rides, Vets Rides, Promise Rides, and non-emergency medical transportation programs that all remove transportation barriers for eligible district residents in need and those impacted by gun violence. This funding allows them to access essential services such as healthcare, employment, educational opportunities, and community services. More than $680,000 for the Transport DC programs to increase the reimbursement for drivers, provide additional incentives for wheelchair accessible vehicle drivers, and provide incentives to upgrade or repair outdated wheelchair accessible vehicles. DC School Connect is one of the agency's newest programs and one of the largest investments. DC School Connect provides safe rides to and from schools in safe passage zones in Ward 7 and 8. Currently at capacity, the program transports up to 300 students since launching in 2021. To ensure the program's success, the agency invested heavily in acquiring vehicles, hiring staff, and funding other operational needs over the past fiscal year. Thanks to Mayor Bowser's support, $8.7 million in fiscal year 22 and more than $7 million in fiscal year 23 to date was allocated for these initiatives. Looking forward, DFHV will build on these resources to strengthen and improve the services of the students who rely on it. In fiscal year 23, DFHV received more than $200,000 in grant funding for Vision Zero enforcement and outreach. The funding provides financial support to assist with overtime and equipment expenses for enforcement. The funds will also be used to develop an educational campaign about safe pickups and drop-offs, which will decrease conflicts between passengers and drivers. Vision Zero continues to be an important part of our work, and we are proud of our robust enforcement and educational efforts. In fiscal year 24, DFHV is confident that it will be able to support Mayor Bowser's priorities with our proposed budget. To help in these comeback efforts, DFHV plans to implement a driver recruitment plan based on a research study currently underway. The goal is to increase the number of drivers to meet increasing customer demand, and the for-hire industry is an important part of the DC's comeback and the downtown's recovery, providing important transportation options to both visitors and commuters alike. Additionally, our transportation program will continue to provide safe, accessible, and equitable ways for residents to reach education, healthcare, jobs, and social services. DFHV does not anticipate any programmatic or operational changes in fiscal year 24's proposed budget. Despite a decrease in our fiscal year 24 budget, my team and I realize the importance of maintaining a structure that sustains a safe, fair, efficient for-hire industry and will continue to work to meet these goals. In closing, the resources allocated to DFHV support the mayor's goal for the district, and we too are committed to focusing on recovery, equity, and efficiency that as we balance the industry's need with the district's priorities. As always, we strive to make for-hire rides safe, affordable, equitable, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any question that you may have.
Thanks very much, Director. I appreciate your testimony. You say toward the end of your testimony that you don't anticipate many changes in operations despite a decrease in the FY24 budget, but the top line of the budget chapter shows an increase in funding over 12%. Did you mean that there are decreases in certain parts of the budget you'll have to deal with?
Yes, a very minor decrease in Transport DC, $45,000.
Got it. All right, so put it bluntly, your agency has a total operating budget of $25.6 million. 10.6 of that is coming from federal ARPA funds, which sunset in 25. Should I be concerned that 41% of your agency is funded with ARPA dollars in this proposed budget and what that means for the sustainability of your program?
I've thought about that since the start of the program, since we were given that funding, but we continue to communicate with the mayor's office. We will wait for their directives on planning for the continuation of the programs.
Okay. This budget moves 21 FTEs from CSG 12 to CSG 11. In other words, replacing temporary positions with full-time. What drove that decision and what programs does that impact?
Actually, some of these positions in fiscal year 23 needed to be coded correctly. And so DFHV's HR team and OCFO's team are actually working together in making those administrative corrections to update the system so that we can properly reclassify between those categories of term and full-time positions. For HR classification, some of these positions are actually regular full-time, while some of them are actually term positions. So we basically have some of those positions are actually full-time to begin with, but the reclassification in the back end of the system just needs to be updated.
Okay. Your budget chapter indicates a net increase of $2,118,202 in operations to align resources to provide continuing support for the DC School Connect program. What's the impact of that new investment on School Connect?
With the additional with that increase, we will be purchasing vehicles to help support the program. We will also be able to cover the operation costs for maintenance and other contractual services needed for the program.
Like what?
For example, management of drivers who drives the school buses. For example, having the consulting team to continue to provide us feedback to how to improve this program, make it stronger than what it is right now. And the routing system as well.
I'm sorry, I spoke over you. What was
the routing system?
The routing system. You mentioned the management of drivers, and we have had some issues in the past with some of the bus operators, and I'm curious for School Connect, what do we do to ensure our drivers are safe and trained?
Yeah, we have put together various standard operating procedures for the program already. We also have trainings for the drivers before they start on board. We work with our vendors to regularly get updates on the daily ridership. We have calls with the vendors twice a week at least to talk about what went wrong today, what went well today, what are we going to improve next time, what communication didn't work well, what communication is working well. Yeah, that's something that I'm every day worried about, safety.
I mean, in a more basic level, I assume background checks and, driver license.
Yes, we have we work with DPW to have a random check of our drivers as well. So they have a list of drivers, every new driver that comes in and whatnot, they have a roster of it, and they would work with our HR team and our School Connect team to identify, drivers to randomly check.
And that 2.1 million you said includes new vehicles?
Yes.
Any idea why those are in operating dollars instead of capital?
It was just always been in that segment.
Okay.
So it might be a technical question I would have to follow up on with OBPM.
Okay. We will follow up to try to figure out exactly how much of that is the vehicles and whether or not it could be moved to capital to free up some operating. So we'll look at that and talk with you guys about it a little bit too. It looks like FTEs tied to grants has gone from 11.2 in FY21 to a proposed 35 in FY24. What's the cause of that increase?
Could you repeat that for me?
Yes, the full-time equivalents that are tied to grants has gone up from 11.2 in FY21 to a proposed 35 in FY24. What's the cause of that increase?
Okay, it's probably, yeah, it's you said FTE increased from grants? Let me do. I'll get back with you on that. I want to say that it's probably School Connect because our staff we're only 101 FTEs. So if that's such a big movement, I would know it. So I think it's just mainly a coding issue because, yeah, unless, because School Connect is also funded by local ARPA funding. So I do not know if the grant coding that you're seeing is coming from there, but I can definitely follow up with that.
And it is overtime because it's from FY21, not 22 to 23. So maybe you might not have it in your mind as a big increase since it happened over a couple of years. So, all right. During performance oversight, I asked about the difference in your regulatory authority over taxis versus private ride-sharing services like Uber and Lyft. So now I'll ask the budget version of that question. Why are there two different funding mechanisms for the agency's Special Purpose Revenue Fund? As you noted in your testimony, it's a 25-cent per ride charge for taxis, but for ride-sharing services, it's 1% of gross receipts. Why do we make a distinction?
Honestly, it predated me, so I do not have the answer, but we can look into the history of it and follow up.
Okay, thank you for that. Pardon me. Do you track how much revenue comes in from that 25-cent taxi charge versus the 1% charge on gross receipts? And do you know which is higher or more variable?
Yes, we do track it. The variable, we actually know it. I will just give you specific numbers, but for now, fiscal year 22, our TNC, the revenue collected from TNC is around 5.4 million. And then for taxi, it was 492,000.
Okay. Do you have FY23 year to date?
Yes, fiscal year 23 year to date first quarter, TNC is 1.6 million. And fiscal year 23 year to date from taxi is 303,000.
Is there a way to get a breakdown from you on, for example, the number of rides that correlate to those amounts?
I think so. We can check with our IT experts.
Right, because obviously those are wildly different numbers, but I don't know if that has to do with ridership or if it's the funding mechanism. So it'd be interesting to know. This proposed budget has a $303,736 increase in special purpose revenue funds. Is that based on projected revenue into that fund?
It's based on the fund balance use and the revenue projection.
Okay. Got it. And has the CFO certified that revenue projection?
Yes, CFO certified the increase from the existing SPR fund balance.
And what do those projections get based on?
We monitor the trip behavior the increase of the trips, and then we analyze them. That's how we project them.
Got it. Great. So that'll help us with the analysis of the special purpose revenue fund also, if you're already doing that. How often do those projections exceed expectations?
We're usually quite, I want to say that the last few quarter it's been pretty close, but last fiscal, during the pandemic, a lot of things were so unpredictable. But our team has done, the recent projection, I'd say, is quite close.
Thank you. I really want to follow up on something we discussed at the performance oversight hearing. You mentioned that your VIOs don't have the authority to enforce pickup drop-off zones or PUDOs as designated by DDOT. They can only enforce taxi stands. I understand the logic since there can be vehicles that are not for hire using PUDOs, unlike taxi stands. However, I don't see that logic as enough to justify DFHV not having the enforcement authority. This is 2023. PUDOs are basically the taxi stands of the future, or at least they should be if they're working properly. We know with certainty that neither DDOT, DPW, or MPD have the resources to enforce these curbside zones. Wouldn't you agree that well-functioning PUDOs are at this point an essential feature for a well-run for-hire vehicle program?
Probably so. I will discuss it with our team and willing to work with the committee about this matter.
Okay, that would be great. We'd be glad to work with you on it. I think we definitely have some ideas of where we're seeing the need already. Do VIOs enforce parking or standing violations, or only for moving violations?
I believe it's only moving violations.
How do you coordinate with DDOT on curbside regulation like taxi stands and PUDO?
Our enforcement team meets with DDOT regularly.
Thank you. How much is budgeted for the DC Neighborhood Connect program in FY24?
It's around 1.1 million, 1.6 around there.
1.6. And how much of that is ARPA funding?
DCNC is all ARPA funding.
What about the budget for Neighborhood Connect through the rest of the 4-year financial plan?
Neighborhood Connect about the 4-year. I'll have to get back to you and add up all the number through the fiscal years.
Okay. At our last hearing, you said you did not believe DC Neighborhood Connect was replacing trips by any other mode, as in it's not a trip someone taking Neighborhood Connect would have made by bus, car, or another means. I want to provide another opportunity to talk about that. Do you have any data to back that up?
Yes. We tailor DCNC service to each rider's origin and destination. As an affordable curb-to-curb service, it differs from bus service in areas that are not transit accessible. And current DCNC zones support the connections to metro rail and bus for those living in areas of high transit need, but not existing frequent transit services. Some of the customers may have been rail or bus drivers in the past, but bus riders in the past, but that mainly due to the fact that DCNC service is free and Metro Bus does not offer frequent services to them.
So it may have been, but otherwise I think you're essentially asserting that they would be staying home without it, which seems like, I guess we don't know, but it seems unlikely, right? What kind of trips are they taking? Are these essential trips? Are they, recreation and leisure?
Grocery trips, health trips, employment. Last month, I rode the DC Neighborhood Connect with our program staff, Anonymous, and we observed the ridership and we kind of talk with people who are passengers. They're like, oh yeah, I'll go to the groceries, and then one guy was talking about he was with his wife going to a place of employment as well.
Okay. All right, so similar questions for School Connect. What's the total budget in FY24 and the funding for it through the rest of the financial plan?
The fiscal year 24 proposed budget for DC School Connect is 8.8. The same as the other program, the agency will continue to work with EOM, OBPM to determine funding of subsequent years.
Is that one also 100% ARPA funds?
Yes.
Does DFHV own the vehicles used for School Connect?
Some are and some aren't.
In your pre-hearing responses for our performance oversight hearing, you said the average number of students using School Connect is 180. Your testimony today indicated it's running its full capacity of 300. Does that mean that there are 300 enrolled but only 180 using the program at any one time?
There are up to 300 that using the program.
But not at all at once?
Not at all at once.
And what limitation keeps the capacity at 300?
It's complicated. The access to vehicles, currently DFHV's focus is really on improving and strengthening the program. In fiscal year 22, we have to look for vehicle to support the program. Supply chain was quite challenging to get shuttle buses. So we worked on looking for different resources to get the vehicles. We work with DPW, we work with OSSI and whatnot. So we're working on that in fiscal year 22. We started that process and then still working on that in fiscal year 23 on acquiring vehicles. And we will also continue that in fiscal year 24.
And what needs to be improved or strengthened about the program?
Vehicle access, having our own vehicle access so that we won't have to rely heavily on the contractor, whether their vehicles are available or not. If we have them in our own fleet, then we know it's there, and then we will have a better grasp of the maintenance that's needed or not needed.
What type of vehicles do they use?
It's a shuttle bus. I don't know the exact model, but it's a shuttle bus, and some of them are vans.
Got it.
We tried to acquire what we could during a supply issue.
You previously indicated there's a per student cost for School Connect of close to $13,000, but much of that was due to startup costs. What do you expect the per student cost to be when the program has been running for more time?
Currently, at this time, it's really difficult to project what the average operating cost per student will be. But we do expect that the average cost will significantly reduce per student in fiscal year 23-24, and perhaps in fiscal year 25 too. The program will invest significant amount in acquisition of internal fleet vehicle, physical space to park these vehicles where possible, and reduce the reliance on expensive external contractors where possible as well. All of those significant upfront startup costs expenses will be replacing the routine operation and maintenance functions, which will bring the average cost lower in the future.
I see. And is there funding in the proposed FY23 budget to continue the My Rides pilot program with DBH?
You mean for fiscal year 24, proposed fiscal year 24? I believe so. I will check because it's a MOU with DBH. So I'll have to check.
So it's their funding. So it would show up in their budget, not yours.
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain the difference between taxi companies that are permitted for digital dispatch and those who are not?
Any taxi company with an app can really apply to be able to digitally dispatch. We call that term digital dispatch service, or DDS. Some are taxi companies and some are not. Some of our digital dispatch service. Yellow Cab, for example, is a taxi cab company that did apply for digital dispatch service and is permitted to do so.
How do digital dispatch taxi cab companies compare to ride-hailing services for your regulatory purposes?
I would have to get back with you, so I'll give you a more thorough answer.
Okay. Why isn't there a unified dispatch system or app?
Currently there are different e-hailing apps already out there. And this fiscal year 23, we actually put out a grant for $250,000. That purpose is to help with the e-hail app. And what it does is we awarded a grant to a taxi company that also has app. And this grant is for the purpose of adding more taxi drivers to the app, and which allows a bigger pool of drivers on an app, and to also make it easier for passengers to e-hail as well. As far as why, yeah, so that's pretty much the simplest way I can explain it.
So was that grant implemented?
Yes. We awarded the grant in March, early this month.
Oh, okay. Who received the award?
Transco.
Say it again.
Transco.
Transco. When will we see that being implemented? What should we look for?
I will check, but I think we have a tight timeline that we put together for that project. I'll check with our CIO and our grant administrator. I believe it's in 90 days that they have to have something to start.
And do we have the ability to require all companies to use one app?
Not currently, not regulatorily.
Okay. Related to my last question, how many companies that have wheelchair accessible vehicles in their fleet do not use digital dispatch?
There's 9, and there are smaller companies that have 1 or 2 vehicles in their fleet.
9 is how many have digital dispatch, or 9 is how many companies altogether that have Wave?
9 that do not have digital dispatch.
Got it, and they're smaller. Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how much of the fleet that makes up? How many Waves that includes?
I will check. I'll follow up.
Okay. And that would mean that someone would have to either call or attempt a street hail if they needed a Wave, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Which is definitely harder when you're in a wheelchair. As of today, are you still applying the 12% waive requirement as opposed to 20%?
Yes.
Is it your interpretation that the waive percentage requirement applies to each individual company's fleet or to all taxi cabs in the district?
To the fleet.
Okay. What's the point of continuing to be lenient with the requirement for the 20%? I feel like there isn't going to be much incentive to get to 20 if the agency keeps putting off enforcement of that requirement.
Currently, because if we had enforced the 20%, that would pretty much wipe out the industry. There's the challenge that we have here is the lack of drivers. And so we are focused this fiscal year to work with various stakeholders, taxi companies, taxi drivers, current other drivers, and future potential drivers. We're trying to focus on solving the core issue of the problem, which is lack of drivers. This week, tomorrow and Friday, we have 2 focus groups that's being held to talk with the people who are in the industry to see what can DFHB do, or what can the whole industry do as a whole to attract them back to driving a WAV or driving a taxi. There may be some, we may have some ideas of what those can be and probably reduce barriers here and there, but we wanted to hear directly from folks. And so we put together focus groups. And then once we figure out those, we'll, their suggestion, their recommendation, develop an action plan to try to recruit more drivers back into the industry. That way we can serve the more people.
What's the timeline for all of that?
We have 2 focus groups tomorrow, and then I will check back, but I want to say that we will have some plans, some recommendation that because we work with our performance management team is working with various folks to develop that plan. So depending on what the input comes from those conversations, whether there's follow-up, if there's follow-up, like if they came up with more complex type of suggestion, we might need more time. But I want it to get done sooner too. So maybe I'll check back with you. I'll try to come up with a more, I don't want to promise anything, but I want to make sure that we can work on it, come up with an action plan, get those recommendations ASAP so that we can start addressing issues.
So it sounds like you're working on the carrot side of things, trying to figure out how to get everybody up to compliance by providing support, but where's the stick? Is there any pressure on the companies to hit that goal ultimately?
We will answer that as well, as we get more feedback from those stakeholders, because the feedback will come from industry as well. So yeah, we're working on it.
Are they actually complying with the 12%, or is enforcement being waived on that too?
They're in compliance of the 12%. Our account manager actually does. Our account managers actually do conduct monitoring, so they are aware of the fleets the WAV fleets that are available.
Should we be saying that 20% of active drivers should be driving waves as opposed to judging it by the vehicle fleet?
Possibly.
Well, something to throw out to the focus group. The accessible vehicle statute says the following. if a company cannot fulfill the request for a wheelchair accessible vehicle through digital dispatch, the company may refer the requester to a company or other provider that can fulfill a request for a wheelchair accessible service. Since this only says that a company may refer someone to another company, do you know how often that actually takes place in practice?
Though we don't currently mandate, the transfer service for normal taxi operators. We actually enforce 20-minute transfer policy with all 3 vendors in Transport DC program. After 20 minutes of not being able to source a ride to a passenger, a vendor is to transfer the request to another vendor to complete the ride. The dispatch service from the vendors utilize both phone and online communication to carry out this policy. Riders, though, do have the ability to request a particular vendor, which could lead to further delay sometimes, and should they choose to not accept the ride from another vendor.
So you mandate the 20-minute transfer requirement, but not the, is that for all rides or just waves?
For all. So if we call, so if a passenger calls and that call will be assigned to a vendor, and then the vendor has that time frame to provide trips. Yeah, it's not for Transport DC.
Got it. But you don't mandate the requirement for waves specifically?
No.
Do you actively track the tags of wave-equipped vehicles and their operating status?
Could you repeat that question?
Do you actively track the tags of wave-equipped vehicles and their operating status?
The department currently does not have the capacity to monitor WAV vehicles in real time. However, in our routine monthly operations, including compliance check, audits, and data analyze, we do take a close look at the drivers that are operating.
What tool do you have to enforce the waive requirements of fleets? Is it only the withholding of license renewals for the company?
Yes, per the rule established by the same law requiring 20%, the only resource available to DFHV for non-compliance is to suspend operating license of the non-compliant companies.
What agency staff are tasked with monitoring enforcement of waive requirements?
Various staff within our performance management team and IT team have the responsibility for monitoring and enforcement. Our chief performance officer oversees the performance management. Our account managers handles carrying out monthly virtual and in-person reviews of companies that are required to maintain WAV fleet. This is done in conjunction with our other staff for our Transport DC program and FastPass program. And we depend on the data collected and analyzed by our data team.
Can you explain how the Transport DC program at DFHV factors into this conversation and waves? I mean, is it filling a gap that also sort of creates a crutch for these fleets to not meet the requirements?
Transport DC is intended to augment WMATA's paratransit program with on-demand ride service to people who largely need paratransit services. Due to this fact, there is a large concentration of WAV drives available through the program, providing services at a lower cost that are a routine taxi fleet. The program is meant to augment the availability of WAV drivers in the district. However, all drivers within TDC program are available to provide routine taxi rides to people requiring WAVs when available.
But doesn't what Transport DC do sound a lot like what the Waves should be doing?
Could you explain a little bit more your question?
Yeah, I mean, so we chose to stand up our own program that costs, $4 million. We could have instead perhaps leaned in on Waves in the taxi fleet to try to get them where they need to be, by the way, which is required by law. Aren't the programs kind of, I wouldn't say in competition, but like, aren't we kind of fighting ourselves on this?
We're continually looking for solutions. We're providing incentives for Waves. We're also working on providing Wave incentives, not just for Transport DC, but for our other programs as well. But certainly it's a complex matter, and would love to meet with you later on to discuss more, come up with different ideas.
Can we get a breakdown of the budget for Transport DC to better understand how much of it is agency and staff operations versus the actual ride subsidy?
Yes, we will.
Okay. Thank you. The proposed budget keeps the funding and FTEs for vehicle inspection officers flat, despite them having increased authority to enforce food and parcel delivery. Is there sufficient capacity among vehicle inspection officers to perform their duties?
Yes, the DFHV constantly work with sister agencies. We're used to being adept. We're adept in working with what we have. I believe that we'll be able to provide the services enforcement with this budget proposed.
Do you budget for VIO overtime?
Yes, in fiscal year 24, we have a 75,000 overtime for VIOs if needed.
Thank you. This is the third budget cycle where we've gotten to work with the Council Office on Race Equity, but since it's my first year of having this committee, I want to ask some questions that'll help me better understand any racial disparities that may exist in agency operations. In your proposed FY24 budget, are there specific programs or allocations that are specifically designed to address racial or economic inequities faced by district residents? And could you explain in detail, please?
We currently don't have a specific budgeted item for racial equity per se specifically, but throughout our program, most of our programs are inherently designed to address existing inequities. DC Neighborhood Connect microtransit operates in areas that could benefit from transit access due to lower income households and lack of access to a car. And DC School Connect program provides services to students who do not benefit from a wealth of safe transportation options in Ward 7 and 8. Our Vets Ride and Transport DC programs are meant to support those who do not normally have access or can afford transportation to various parts of the district and require assistance to meet their needs. So that's how we address this.
Thank you. In your proposed FY24 budget, which reductions may burden certain communities more than others? And if applicable, what strategies has your department taken to mitigate any potential adverse impact?
I don't see any major burden that will be a result of the reduction.
Thank you. How much of the agency's data is collected or disaggregated by race? Are there performance or operational data points that could be collected by race that aren't currently?
For Transport DC, we have insight about the user population based on past Metro Access surveys. We also have asked for demographics info from Transport DC surveys, but not race. For more recent surveys, we've incorporated a slate of demographic questions and will continue to do that. For example, in our user survey for DC Neighborhood Connect, we learned that 64% of our riders identify as African Americans. We incorporated a slate of demographic questions as well for recent surveys. And as part of DFHV's commitment to addressing racial inequity within the, to address the inequity, we are conducting an application revision project to include the addition of race and ethnicity disclosure on our for-hire licenses forms, for application form. So we intend to use demographic information to capture, to apply for related grant opportunities in the future, and to also enhance our programmatic effectiveness.
Thank you. As part of the next budget season, how could community members, especially communities of color and low-income communities, be engaged or consulted to identify programming and/or service needs for your department?
We welcome the community members to engage with department through the Mayor's Annual Budget Forum. This process is essential to the development of our budget, and as well as vital for our staff to gain insight into what's happening around the district. In addition, the agency will routinely conduct customer service survey that are very helpful in planning the needs of the people that we serve. For fiscal year 25, we hope to continue the process to utilize these opportunities to engage all populations, including communities of color and low-income communities throughout the district.
So it's just the Mayor's Forum. Are there any ongoing fora?
Sure. We also have the advisory, accessibility advisory committee meeting, and we also have the Transport DC user group. Those committees are made of stakeholders from diverse backgrounds throughout the district. So we always welcome feedback, suggestions, and ideas from those forums.
Do you know the demographic or socioeconomic breakdown of your drivers, the drivers?
We do not.
Okay. The FY24 budget proposes a $306,000 reduction in security services. Is that due to previous underspending or other changes that reduce the need for spending?
For which one, again, Councilmember?
For the $306,000 reduction in security services.
That was, I think, that was unused.
Say that again, please.
I believe that was not used in fiscal year. That's why, yeah, it was there.
Got it. So underspending is what I would say there. And then there's an FTE reduced from the hearings and conflict resolution activity that's going to have, is that going to have a programmatic impact?
No.
Can you talk more about what the staff for hearings and conflict resolution do?
We currently have our adjudication handled by OAH. So adjudication is handled by we have a MO, we have an agreement with OAH where they help us adjudicate the cases. We put this in place during COVID, and so far that has been working well.
So what do the two FTEs at Department of For-Hire Vehicles do?
It's been reallocated for other department priorities.
So there were three, now there's two. So is it the one that has been reallocated to another activity, or are you saying those other two positions are also going to be reallocated?
I want to accurately be able to answer you that question accurately. I'll need to get back with our OCFO and our HR because I think it's also related to the administrative recoding reclassification matter that I shared with you earlier.
Okay. Got it. Is there any funding to pursue a program for vehicle cameras and passenger-facing speedometers, which were two Vision Zero goals of the agency?
Is there
any funding for those two priorities?
No, not at the moment.
We received, oh, do you have any idea how much it would cost to implement them?
No, have to get vendor quotes.
We received public testimony requesting that the committee and DFHV explore implementing a surcharge on for-hire vehicle trips during periods of high demand, either by time or geography. If you were watching the briefing with the mayor and the city administrator yesterday, me and some of my colleagues asked about the status of a decongesting pricing, maybe that was last week, a decongesting pricing report that should have been issued. I know there's a lot of interest in this beyond my own. I wonder if we can apply the principle to hired vehicles as a start for decongestion pricing. Is this kind of demand surcharge something the agency has explored?
I believe this matter probably requires more further study. We'll be working with DC, with our sister agency to look into it.
Seems like the low revenue from the taxi cab surcharge is due to the fact that it's been 25 cents for a long time. Do you know the last time it was changed?
No.
Okay. Anything else you want to add?
I just want to thank you for the opportunity to testify. Looking forward to your visit to the DFHV to learn more.
Thank you so much. And those are all the questions that I have for you today. I'm going to do some closing language. You don't feel like you have to stick around for it, but I appreciate your responsiveness in this, and I want to thank you and your team for all the agency does. Thank you.
Thank you also.
This concludes today's budget oversight hearing. If you've not yet submitted written testimony, please do so by emailing it to publicworks@dccouncil.gov. The record for this hearing will close at 5:30 p.m. on April 5th, 2023. I'd like to take a moment to remind everyone that the Committee on Public Works and Operations will be holding a number of additional budget oversight hearings on the following dates. April 3rd, the Office of Human Rights and the Office of Chief Technology Officer. April 11th, Office of Risk Management and Office of Administrative Hearings. April 12th, the Mayor's Office of Community Affairs, Mayor's Office of Veterans Affairs, Mayor's Office of Religious Affairs, and Mayor's Office of LGBTQ Affairs. If you'd like to testify at any of these upcoming Public Works and Operations budget oversight hearings, you can sign up on my website at brianneknadeau.com/testify. The time is now 1:48 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned. Thank you.